edited, and then we publish it for academic and research purposes. So in all, we are saying that health is very important, and we need all stakeholders on board to help us improve coverage in Ghana. Thank you.
What a good way to start this competition, and I hope our judges are taking note of that. So we have 5 minutes for our judges to ask questions, please.
Yes, may I begin? Since you are assigned to me. As I understand it, you use the 10% sample for the regressions, and you use the Statsbank for the other conclusions.
Yes.
Do you have any other data sources, like the Ghana Health Service?
No.
Okay, then you suggest this debit card. How do you see that relating to the Ghana card as such? Because you will introduce a new card.
There are so many cards running in the system, and making it separate will not be good. It means that we are adding more stress. So it can be linked to the Ghana card as well, as we are projecting in the future that the Ghana card becomes a card that we can use. So it can be linked to the Ghana card, and then into the tax paying system. If you are a government worker, where we deduct the tax, it goes into the card. It can be linked to any other card, but just that it's looking at backing up the health assets that an individual will need.
And the last question, you said as to increase health coverage, one possibility would be to send SMS reminders. What about those people who are not covered by having a mobile phone in Ghana, which I suppose are those who are lacking health coverage?
So that is where we have the whole society approach there. It means that we want to go to the community, go to the individuals, explain to them the mission and the vision of the NHIS. Once they understand it, we help them to enroll on the NHIS, and then we can educate them that at this time, your card will be expiring, and then you will have to go and renew it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Outscoring judges, if you have any question, please.
A quick one. So, as a policy maker, if I want to target health coverage, which area, and from the work that you've done, which area would you inform me to target?
Okay, I would inform you to target in terms of the sex. That is, the males, their coverage is not that encouraging as compared to the females, and also the locality, to also target the rural areas where we have vulnerable individuals there who may not have access or the resources to get the needed health service.
In absence of further questions from the judges, can we say thank you to So let's move to the next team beta. Let's welcome them to
Let's see.
Invita, are you ready?
So, hello ladies and gentlemen, standing on existing protocol, we are Team Vita and we are presenting on youth employment. So starting from the Sustainable Goal 8, it says that every individual in the country must have sustainable and decent job to increase the economic productivity of a country. And we found it that the youth in Ghana, which constitutes 38% of the total population, has challenges with finding jobs, are available for jobs and are searching for one, but they cannot find jobs in the country, which reduces or impacts the economic outlook of the country. So what we wanted to do was move from regional and national analysis of youth unemployment and come to the district to really identify which specific districts can we put resources in to reduce unemployment so that it can impact the regional and the national rates of unemployment. So we ran an analysis or a model which constitutes control for education, somebody's education, their ICT ownership, their sex, their literacy level to predict their unemployment rate or to predict the unemployment rate in these districts. And we put the results from the analysis into a dashboard which displays which shows the district or the district with high unemployment rate and the district with low unemployment rate. So that if I'm a policy maker or I'm a politician or I'm a minister and I'm looking at my district, which district can I really put resources in so that I can manage or reduce the number of people unemployed in these districts to create a larger effect on the national and the regional level of unemployment rate in Ghana. So we will do a demonstration of our interactive dashboard which has information on the analysis we ran, and then we will explain how the dashboard looks like, what the color differentiation means, and tell you which district has high unemployment and then which districts has low unemployment in Ghana.
To Team Vita's Youth Unemployment Dashboard. We have provided the background information on youth unemployment in the presentation slides. So let's dive into the functionalities. Welcome to Team Vita's Youth Unemployment Dashboard. We have provided the background information on youth unemployment in the presentation slides. So let's dive into the functionalities. Our product offers deeper insights into youth unemployment by considering various variables such as education levels, literacy rates, gender, and disability differences. At the top right corner, you will find legends representing two machine learning models that were executed in ArcGIS Pro: the spatial regression and the hotspot analysis. The spatial regression was used to demonstrate the relationship between youth unemployment and the mentioned variables. Hotspot analysis, on the other hand, helped to identify spatial clusters of youth unemployment. Our dashboard consists of different tabs containing maps and graphs, allowing users to easily switch between them and visualize data. All elements on the dashboard are interconnected, meaning any action taken affects other indicators or elements in our dashboard. You can view regional percentages of unemployment,
Briefly, let me explain how the color coordination means. So on the dashboard, from the previous one, which shows the color coordination, the places or the district with red, the orange, and the lower shade of red shows that these districts have really high unemployment rate, or the youth in these districts, proportionate to the level, the national or the regional rates, these districts have high unemployment. So if we move, from others, but if you zoom into a district which has high unemployment within this area, you'll be able to view the number of people who are unemployed, you'll be able to view their educational levels, and then from our analysis, we realize that people in basic and secondary education...
Time up. Thank you very much. At this point, we move to the judges, and we have Lawrence and Mr. Isaac Ruma.
All right. So I guess I'll go first then. Thank you. Well done, team. Okay, my quick question though. You mentioned something linked to political accountability, right? If that's the case, why district? Why not constituency? Why not put a layer of electoral data on what is available and do it at constituency level?
Okay, so that could be considered, but the data from the Statsbank provided district level data for all the districts, and then we didn't group them in constituencies yet, but we found that if it's at the district level, it will really show you the disparities instead of considering all the constituencies together. So if I know that in my constituency, these are the districts in my constituency that need resources to ensure that we provide jobs for this number of people, provide educational infrastructure for this number of people, then I know that if I move into my constituency with the district that I have in my constituency, then I'll be able to provide these certain resources for them in the...
But the Statsbank has the enumeration areas, right? Does it? It doesn't. Okay. All right. Okay, I'm from the private sector, so one of the things I'll be looking for is not just policy, unfortunately. I'll be looking for how your product also addresses a public sector need. How does your data address any interest from the from the private sector?
Okay, so
for example, youth data linked to you know, the educational attainments or whatever. I mean, what are the opportunities?
okay, so we realize that people in lower educational levels are the ones who are more vulnerable to unemployment. So what a private sector could do is put in a program that addresses people or provides some form of skills or education for people in the basic and secondary education because they could not reach the tertiary. And then we realized that more jobs are taken up by the tertiary students. So if it's only basic and secondary, and we are providing skills that could level them with the tertiary, people in the tertiary level so that they can increase their employability. Somebody in the private sector could develop or design an educational system that only targets people with basic and secondary education. So providing soft skills or some kind of technical skills that they can learn at their level and then be much used to the society. So a private sector person could pick up this to help the people in the basic and who have basic and secondary educational certificates. Yes.
Yeah.
That's Lauren there.
Sure. So you've been working with this data now for well, at least the last 3 days, and you made a tool you say is ready for policymakers to implement. But from your perspective, like what is the most surprising fact you have found? Like what is a detail you'd like to highlight after having seen this data for so long?
So we want to highlight the fact that still educational levels control somebody's unemployability. So a focus that government should, though it has implemented policies to mitigate unemployment, to increase educational levels. I think there should be reforms in the educational sector which looks separately at people at different educational levels, so that they could give appropriate policies that addresses people at different levels of their education. So education was one of the factors, and then we also realized that disability, I didn't include that, was one major factor which predicted somebody's employability or not. So if policy is addressing somebody's level of disability, they could make disability friendly or
thank you very much. The time is up, the 10 minutes is up. Thank you very much. Team Peter, for yes, sir.
I understand.
by people that might have dropped out at other levels of education. Okay. So not be biased by the data itself, we performed unsupervised machine learning clustering on the data and then ended up with very similar results, which led us to pursue the particular topic of teenage pregnancy. Okay. And then we further did the clustering plots on the map so that we can be able to tell like which parts of the country might end up with higher levels of teenage pregnancy and by what degree. So you notice that on the lower level of the map, there's more clusters there, but then they look to be smaller. But on the higher level, there seem to be less clusters, but then they are bigger. That was because we did, we scaled the number of teenage pregnancies recorded there by the total population of people between the ages of 12 to 19, whether married or unmarried. Okay. So doing extrapolated analysis on the data that we were able to plot, we were then able to extrapolate it with other forms of data like the general population data. And from here, we notice that the clusters match. Where you end up with higher population, you might also end up with higher teenage pregnancy. But that does not always seem to be the case. There are other factors that might affect teenage pregnancy, like your socioeconomic standing. So doing extrapolated analysis with socioeconomic data once again shows that it's almost the opposite. Now, where there's higher cluster, but then low population might end up with higher numbers of teenage pregnancy. So what this is just trying to tell us is that different districts might face the same problems, but for different reasons. So we cannot always use a blanketed approach to solving these types of problems, which is why geospatial analysis might be important. Okay, so looking at these two topics here, one here, a research by Global Health, looking at infant mortality and adolescent teenage pregnancy. And then another one here by University of Ghana professor, looking at the infant mortality in Ghana by region. Okay, so if you look at the hotspots on the map to the right, you notice that there's very high prevalence of infant mortality on the upright part. And also look at the map that we're able to produce, you also notice the same thing. So what this tells you is that although infant mortality might exist in other parts of the country, already established research would point you to other places if you're able to use new data to plot geospatially. Okay, so our value proposition here is the tool that we use in making these plots. It's an easy to use tool that is readily available as at now, and it's of no expense, like there's no extra requirements to use it. And it's open source and accessible to all, especially to researchers, policymakers, and then newsrooms. I'm sure we've all heard of the recent floodings.
Thank you very much, Team Karina, for your presentation. At this point, let me acknowledge the presence of one of our beautiful judges, Ms. Julia Wendy Apia. Madam, you are welcome. So now we have the judges. Unfortunately, your judge is not in, but Simon is here, and we can pick a question from any of the judges.
All right, thank you very much, Team Karina. So I have a very simple one. You did a plot of teenage pregnancy by district.
Yes.
And then you've identified some district having high levels of teenage pregnancy in terms of numbers.
Yes.
It would be interesting if you had computed proportion in terms of the teenage numbers in each of these districts to be able to identify what is the proportion of girls in each of the district that is suffering or that was a teenager and got pregnant in that sense, instead of, because I'm thinking that, and have you identified a district with a low number of teenage girls but high proportion of teenage pregnancy, and which are these districts?
Okay. So the main district of note here is the one marked in the most yellow part here. The reason why the box there looks bigger is because it's scaled against the total number of teenage girls between the ages of 12 to 19 in that area. Yeah. So you notice that up above the map, you have less number of clusters, but then the boxes are bigger, which shows that the scaling of their population against the number of teenage pregnancies the numbers are much higher over there.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, sure. How can people access your results?
Okay, so it's readily available now. You can simply go to bit.ly.karina.gss and a notebook will be made available to you. So what this notebook requests for you to do is just bring in your data from the Ghana Statistical Service, Statsbank, and then just click on play like 4 or 5 times, and then you end up with plots that you can also use in your own research, either as a researcher, policymaker, or newsroom. We all heard about the recent floodings, but we are not able to pinpoint and tell that, wait, where's the flood actually happening? A newsroom can come in with data from Statsbank, which points out where the flooding might be occurring, and then be able to get that.
So would this work for other variables as well, or did you set it up in a way to work specifically for the teenage pregnancy use case?
No, by default, if you keep on running without importing data, it will give you teenage pregnancy. But if you import your own data, it asks you to select variables. But then we also would like to hold your hand in the process by using a large language model from the very beginning to help you assess the type of data that you have in there. So there's an example of the large language model's output up there. It's almost like ChatGPT, but it's not ChatGPT. It's from Facebook Llama. So here, I gave it data and then asked it, what is this data? And then it was able to tell me what the data was, giving me context on the various features that the data has. So then I can then choose what part of the data that I want to be plotted. And also, for people that might want exploratory data analysis plots, so we have an auto visualizer tool in here that can automatically visualize your inputted data and give you several plots that you can use outside of the geospatial plots.
Thank you. Don't know why you waited with this further.
So I think at this point, we will thank you very much. No further questions. Let's clap for them, please. Next on the program is Team Robust. Let's welcome them, please. Please, let's remember the team lead. You need to collaborate with your team members to respond to the questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, can I start?
Hello. Hello. Please, we should relax, eh? This is what we call mental intercourse. So let's relax, please. We have in our midst our judge, Mr. Curtis Vantapuji. You're welcome. So as we set for the next presentation, please can we get Mr. Vanderpoy the pack so that he can start scoring.
All right. All right. Thank you very much, judges, ladies and gentlemen. We are Team Robust, and we are presenting on Designing for All, a creative solution for accessing information. As we are all here to present some form of product, and we ensure that this product will either contribute to policy or push the frontiers of knowledge. But there's one thing that I want all of us to pause and think about. let us imagine a world where information is accessible to everyone irrespective of your disability or ability. I hope it will be great, right? But this is far from truth. As we stand now, over 2 million people in Ghana have some form of disability, of which 2/3 of them have a disability of hearing or seeing. This means that each and every product that we are showcasing here today, almost 2 million people are not having access to this information. And it's something that we should think about. And that is why this group seeks to ensure that we bring out a product that is user-friendly. What we do is that we build upon what the product we did at the university level, where we looked at school enrollment issue and essential service. But what we are doing here is that we are ensuring that this product is disability friendly. To do that, I'll call my colleague Eric to continue.
Okay, thank you. So as my colleague said, I'm just taking you through the product that we actually finally produced. So with this, you just click on this link and it will take you to the website that hosts the dashboard to this product that we have also produced. Drag it to the side. Drag it to the side. Okay, so this is the dashboard that we are the website we are talking about, which includes information on school enrollment and people facing difficulties performing certain activity. However, this information that is displayed over here, you and I sitting in this room can have access to this. How about the 1.5 million and the over 2 million Ghanaians who do not have access to this particular information? For this reason, we have integrated using the artificial intelligence, we have been able to convert this same information into sign language translation and audio recording, such that anybody who is having these challenges with, who has these challenges accessing this information will be able to look at this sign language translation that will give you the same information that was presented for you and I to observe. The voice recording over here is also basically telling you the exact information on the website. Okay. With this, we also have a chatbot over here that can also fetch you some similar information on this site. Somebody will be asking, what kind of data did you use for this? The data we use the Statsbank data set, the micro data set, the WDI data set, and other data set which is readily available at the top right corner over here that you can click and have access to those data sets. With this, we are recommending to you, the policymakers, to express pay. For example, I visited your site this morning, and if I have a site problem, I can't have any access to any information over there. So with this, I'm saying that tell your app developers and website developers to integrate this particular feature into it. And with Ministry of Communication and Digitization, try and initiate program and then regulation so that it will compel the developers to integrate this disability friendly into their product. Finally, I'm inviting you to a recommendation implementation proposal, which we are trying to invite you and do a sensitization about our program and then tell you the benefits that are associated with this particular product so that it will help you increase sales volume. Imagine that 1.5 million people who are cut off accessing this information are your customer base. Imagine you are going to make so much profit with these 1.5 million people. Thank you so much.
It's getting interesting. More is yet to come, and we are happy to have National Communication Authority here to witness this wonderful product. At this point, we allow judges to ask their questions. That's Mr. Isaac Guma and Lawrence Smith.
Well, I think on this particular one, I'm fine.
Yeah, sorry. I like the idea of having the voiceover and the sign language interpretation, but how do people get there? It's still a bit hidden from what you just showed in a menu on your website. But how, if I need this, how do I find it?
Okay, we have two sides to this. One is if you have a smartphone, of course, and you visit this site, your daughter who you have schooled and sent to school can assist you to be able to access this. However, if you don't have smartphone, how do you do this? We have also thought about that by trying to have a USSD code that you can simply dial and have access to this same information. Thank you.
Lawrence, don't be dazzled now. More is yet to come. Relax. Please, any more questions, please? Lawrence, are you okay?
No, last question. How do you envision your system to really work in a production session? Like, say the Ghana Statistical Service uploads more data on other topics to the Statsbank. How does a product like this integrate with that?
So with this particular program, what we did is that we use Azure program to convert this whole information on this platform, and we created a portal for it. So once we update the information on this site, it's really transfer this information to that tool so that it will be translated into a sound language translation in an audio format. That's how we do it.
Honorable judges, can we discharge them? Yes. Okay, thank you very much. Please, let's do it for them. Let's do it for them. Now we have a team. Yes, Team Bley. Where are they? Is that the lion? Good. Please, if you don't know what Bley is the lion. So, honorable judges, as they are doing the changeover, you can seize the opportunity to visit the washroom if you want to. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bley Abdelrahim, representing Team Bley from the University for Development Studies. Our topic is teenage pregnancies in Ghana, insight from the Ghana Population and Housing Census data. The future of the country is in the hands of the youth. However, did you know that according to the Ghana Health Service, from 2016 to 2021, there have been more than 500,000 teenage pregnancies in Ghana. This means that each year we have about 111,000 teenage pregnancies in Ghana. This really goes beyond numbers, but it is about the effect on the teenage girls, their unborn babies, their families, and in the country at large. This calls for an intervention, and that is why Team Bley we choose to tackle teenage pregnancies in Ghana. So we did trend analysis by taking data from the Ghana Demographic Health Survey, and then also the Ghana Maternal Health Survey. And then from that, we realized that the numbers are not reducing, and then therefore, we have to do something about it. And that's why we are coming with some products.
Okay, so we want to tackle teenage pregnancy. And before we tackle teenage pregnancy, we should get some things that actually cause teenage pregnancy, or variables that actually have links to teenage pregnancy, so that if we actually tackle these things, likely teenage pregnancy is going to reduce. So we came up with some variables, that is average household size, unemployment rate, illiteracy rate, and smartphone ownership in various districts of Ghana. And we realized that illiteracy rate, unemployment rate, and functional smartphone owners, it has a positive relationship with teenage pregnancy. And what solutions are we bringing on board? So we actually developed a dashboard to give us insights on teenage pregnancy in Ghana. And we also developed a policy paper to give policy recommendations to policymakers in the country. And these are the tools that we used for so this is a video recording of how interactive our dashboard is. There's no sound. Okay, so the first part, it's actually a question and answer session where you get to see the ask any question about teenage pregnancy or unemployment rate or illiteracy rate. So when you ask the question, example, top regions by average unemployment rate, you are going to get a graph that shows you from Upper East region to the last one. And here it shows us a representation of teenage pregnancy rates by region. So we get to realize that Northeast region has the highest, whilst the Greater Accra region has the lowest. So we decided to use rates because, for instance, in Ashanti region has the highest teenage births, but then they have a higher population. So we wanted to do it with proportion. So per the number of teenage girls in each region or district. So let's say in the Northeast region, they have 50 teenage girls and 25 are pregnant, but in the Ashanti region, it's not like, so we have to get the proportions. And here, it's a heat map that shows us the district locations of how teenage pregnancy is in those districts. So when you click on this, it's actually going to zoom into the district in the Northeast region, and you're going to get the teenage pregnancy rate in each of the districts in the Northeast region, and that applies to all others. And so from our policy brief that we developed, we have various stakeholders that are involved. So we have the teenagers, their parents, non-governmental organizations, and government institutions. So our recommendation is for the National Commission on Civic Education to increase awareness on teenage pregnancy. And also, we also have, since unemployment increases, since unemployment increases teenage pregnancy rates, if you are able to reduce unemployment by providing soft skills or vocational training to these teenagers, likely we are also going to reduce teenage pregnancies. And also to the Ministry of Gender and Children and Social Protection, if you consistently provide education to parents of teenagers so that they are able to educate their children on their sexual reproductive health, it's also likely going to reduce teenage pregnancies in our country. And these are the SDGs that it's going to impact. So directly on SDG 3, that's good health and well-being, specifically SDG 3.7, that is on sexual reproductive health. And
Hello. Hello. Let's get set for the next batch of presentations. We have Team Lambda, Team Great Minds, Team Data Genesis, Team Brocold, Team CTN Soldiers. I'm still waiting for the full meaning of CTN. That acronym, I need it. So please, let's prepare and get set on that. More interesting presentation ahead of us. So judges and audience, please, let's get ready for that. So technology is very beneficial, but sometimes it slows us down. Let's exercise patience as we wait for them to set up. We are waiting for more interesting products from our great students. And judges, please, you can also help in the timing. If a team ends the presentation and there's more time, if you're not limited to the assigned judges, feel free to also raise up your hand, then the mic will be given to you to ask a question. We need to exhaust 10 minutes of each team. The questions will bring out the product that they want to sell to us. Thank you. So 5 minutes start.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Pasti from Team Lambda, and we are presenting a digital twin waste management technology. Okay, so we all know that good health and well-being contribute to economic growth. And we also know that waste and environmental pollution actually negatively affect health. Now, we leverage the data of GSS to investigate how waste is managed in Ghana. And shockingly, we found that for every 10 households, we have 7 households where waste is not managed properly. And out of that 7, we found that 4 households dispose of waste in the open space, and then we have about 3 of them where their waste are not collected at all. They can't even burn them in some cases. We wanted to investigate why that is the case, or why some households do not adhere to waste management principles. And then we found some relationships between waste collection and then some characteristics of household heads. So for example, we found a positive relationship between waste collection or adherence to waste management principles and level of education of the household head, literacy and then illiteracy as well. So this is the dashboard that provides details analysis of the data. And at this point, we see information about the waste that is being collected. And this section here is information about containers, those who use covered bins and then uncovered bins. And then these ones here are ratios and then performance indicators. Now, assuming you are looking for a particular metric and you can't find it over here, we have it in our search. No. We have it in our search. So, yeah, when you search, you can ask any simple question and it should give you that kind of metric. You can close it. Then, if you want to have detailed analysis of maybe the waste collection and then the bins, we have it in our menu. So let's select the waste. Hold it. No Wi-Fi. Sorry, we are facing some challenge with. Okay, so hold the control for me. Okay, good. So if you want to find detailed information about the waste collection, this is it, and so we can go home. Okay, good. Then if you want to find out about how we got the relationship between the waste collection and so we can find out from the correlation here, and we find the relationships over here. So let's switch back to the slide. Good. So based on our findings, full screen. So based on our findings, we make 2 recommendations. The first is related to education, and as part of our analysis, we found that the population is highly dense in the southern part of the country. So we are recommending some level of education over there. And the second proposal is a digital twin solution. Now we are saying that some of these waste bins out there, when they are full, nobody gets notified that it's full, say they overflow. And then as a result, they block sewages and then cause flooding and that. So we are proposing a digital twin solution where as and when it is full, nobody operates it. It automatically notifies the firm that it is full, so we need to collect it. And we are going to demonstrate that now. So, clear? So this is the smart bin. So this is the application where the firm will be monitoring the bin. So if we have 20 bins, it's going to plot all of the bins on a map. We are going to show that. So you can see the location of all of the bins. If a bin is full, it notifies you that it is full. Nobody actually operates it. So at this point, we can see that this bin here is what is represented here. It is empty. So we are going to try and then put something in. So when we put this one in, it uses these colors. The green means it is empty. The blue means it is half full, and then the red means it is full. So it means at this point it is half full. So we have to be able to check from the application, and it should be able to tell us that it is half full. Please. So refresh this page. Yes. So it is able to tell us on the application that it is half full. In fact, we can make it more interesting. If you have something else, we can put it on top so that it becomes full. And you come to realize that this will not make it full. Yeah, just put it in. Yeah, so we are going to see from this side, if it is red, it means it is full. So it is still not full. So we can add. Don't break our. Okay. All right. So thank you very much.
So we gave extra 30 seconds because of the internet issue. Thank you very much. So judges, Ms. Julia Windy Apia and Engineer Godfrey Fifi Bwedi. Yes, that's Fifi deals with sanitation. So.
Okay, thank you. So with regards to this, how do you manage the system in terms of even the locations? How do they really, is it linked to an app to the household, and then also managed from will it be able to manage from another central place where else it will be there read all right, but then no one has any clue? Like, how does it work? And looking at the areas and how easily accessible will such an app be for the households, depending on the area you're using it?
So yes, for now, assume that we are the waste management organization. So maybe Zoom Lion as an example. Now they have this interface, this app. Now when they distribute all of these bins across, it gets displayed on the map. Open the map. Yeah. So in this building, this bin here is here. So it gets to tell you where all of the bins are. So as and when the bin is full, nobody touches it. In fact, these colors here don't actually mean anything at that point. The bin automatically sends the message to the server. So Zoom Lion at their end will know that this one here is full. And come to think about it, there are two main benefits. When it comes to the organization of, say, Zoom Lion as an example, it reduces cost because they don't have to be going around checking which one is full. They go out knowing which one is full. And in fact, it even reduces environmental pollution. Exactly. Then the individuals, at any point in time when we go, it might be emptied. So we are going to get a place to put it in there. Otherwise, if it's full, it's going to still overflow. Yeah. And with respect to access, this one here doesn't use internet. It uses GSS. So once I put a SIM card in there with some credit on it, it will be able to push the data. So you don't need internet access to do that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you. So, Team Lambda.
Yes.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
I see you are heavy on the technology bit, but there are quite some fundamental challenges with practice and then the policy aspect. So first and foremost, this is great, but maybe after making my comments, you understand why I will have to make a specific recommendation to you. Okay. All right. So first and foremost, how much will a normal bin cost? And do you also know how the cost of bins are recouped from the households? So that is the first one. Number two, are you also aware that the service provider doesn't necessarily have to go there only when the bins are full, but rather they have a structured tour schedule where they visit these areas at specific days within specific weeks to do the collection. So the point is that it's a useful application or innovation, but we might have to rather look at retrofitting it for the central or the skip containers. That is where actually the focus has to be with the time of lifting, because that has to be lifted when it's full and not when you have a scheduled time. So that is the first one. Number two, whether it's full or not, is it a determination based on volume or is based on weight? That I'm not too clear on. So if you can address these few ones for me.
Okay, it is volume. We have a sensor in here that detects the volume. So as and when it is full, it is able to tell you that it is full or it's not full. And with the other aspect that you made mention of, we take it as a comment where as we progress in developing this technology, we incorporate that.
How about the cost?
The cost, okay. It takes roughly 300 cedis to do this. Everything in here. Not this container. Because the container is nothing. The important thing is to produce the sensor.
Time up. So, Engineer Fifi is saying we will talk more. Tell you that he is very interested in that technology bit. Please. Oh. Next, it's getting interesting, huh? Please. Hello. Our participants will wish to ask questions. I mean, audience. But please, it's only assigned to judges. So later. Thank you very much. Next on the program is Team Great Minds. Great Minds. Let's welcome them, please. It's getting interesting. When the fellows and the custodians see red, then you see that, yes, morale is in the house. Ready? Okay, start.
Good morning. Allow me to jump on the existing protocol. We are Team Great Minds and we are presenting on leveraging AI technology for efficient data analysis and data access. The increasing volume data and complexity of data poses challenges for non-technical users as well as persons having difficulties performing activities. They have issues interacting with the data and also retrieving the data. We are in a world where data is abundant, but insights to data are elusive. A lot of people have access to data, but they can't derive meaning from the data. Just imagine being able to pose complex query and get instant answers. Wouldn't that be amazing? Yes. So we are here to introduce our AI. We've named it the stats chart, which is able to process large amounts of data and provide instant results. We also have another feature, which is the speech to text, to assist persons having difficulties performing activity, especially seeing, to be able to ask their question and get instant results. I will leave it for him to continue.
Our AI technology is built on Statsbank data to generate insight, make predictions, and give recommendations. So, what our technology aims to do is that the moment you get access to this technology, you'll be able to query the Statsbank data, get any necessary insight in easy way. So I'll jump from the slides and do demonstration here for us to see. So the first interface here you will see is the stat chart. That's the name of our AI. I already said that the AI is built on top of the Statsbank data. And what is happening here is that we have an instance. Please, the screen is not showing. Okay, so what is happening here is that we have an instance of the Statsbank data. Please zoom from the browser. Use the browser. Okay, it's okay now. What is happening here is that we have an instance of the Statsbank data where our technology is run on. So we can just ask any question and on district level, and the AI will go into the database and bring you the answer. The short and the long idea behind this technology is that if you put this technology on a Statsbank original database, it will be able to pull requests in easy way for everybody. So the AI is thinking through the data and getting you the right answer within the shortest possible time, which you cannot do it in 1 minute. But the AI will get it in less than 1 minute. And because we use free resources to develop this AI technology, we didn't host all the data. We just use some indicators like unemployment and literacy. So as we progress, we're able to do all in production environment. Again, from the 2021 population and housing census, about 1.2 million of the Ghanaian populace have varying degrees of visual impairment. With this in mind, we designed this technology to be able to help this group to easily access the data. That is why we have the speech-to-text feature here. And with that, the moment they speak, it will translate to text, and then it will search through the Statsbank data, and it will bring the results. We are having this time delay because of internet, and it's not from the technology side, it's internet. Again, we also have in mind, okay, so we have a video here that we will use to demonstrate, but as the video is playing, I want to share with you all the features of this technology. We also have a feature of this technology where it will help people with little or no background in data analysis to upload their own data, and the AI will draw insights from it and help them to make data-driven decisions. So this will help organizations, whether you are in finance or trade, you can just go there and upload your own data using the upload data feature here, and we chat with our start chat. The future scope of this technology is incorporating NLP, translating the local languages that we have into English. So it means that it makes it accessible to everyone, irrespective of your language.
We also have another feature where we will generate dashboard. So even if you chat with it, you can tell the technology that visualize for me, and you see them in visuals. These are all feature scope of our technology. So this is the speech to text in operation. You record and it will translate to text, and then it will transcribe it, and then you send, and it will give you response. So we will pause the video here, and then we'll continue with the presentation.
Let's give up to them. So we had extra 40 seconds because of internet. I'm trying to be generous. I'm not like that. So judges are saying we should give them 1 more minute. That's Miss Julia Wendy Appiah. So 1 minute to wrap up. It's also it plus 10 minutes. Meaning I'm limiting the judges' time.
Thank you very much. So the technologies we use are ChatGPT, OpenAI, TypeBT, and then LangChain for reasoning. And then we also use Whisper, which translates the speech to text. And then we hosted it on Heroku. Again, in conclusion, this technology is in line with SDG 9, which is industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Because our technology here is here to promote the data-driven economy, making data accessible, generating insights, and helping decision makers to make decisions that are backed by data. Thank you very much.
Over to you, honorable judges. Great minds. That's Madam Jacqueline, Mr. Edna. Edna, yes.
Great minds indeed. Yes, but this technology will thrive on internet connectivity. So with these challenges, how do you expect, is there an alternative that those families who have this disability, how can they use it effectively so that everybody is inclusive in the use of data?
Thank you very much. So, yes, so we have designed this technology in such a way that the future scope will come up with both software and then the hardware. So, in places where we cannot read them remotely, you have to get them the hardware. And according to the report from the government statistician when we visited UCC, he said going forward they will not be even sharing data in a hard copy again. It's going to be soft copy. So this technology also aids in that area. That data sharing is going to be easily and then transmissible in a very good way that people can get it faster. But in terms of internet, we'll have them the hardware tools that they can use, especially people with visual impairment. You have the screen reading for them to read the data to them, and then they will understand. And you have NLP, different languages in Ghanaian language to explain to those people. So who can read English or who understand English.
I most kindly got the mic, and it is an exception. But the product that the Statsbank is built on is used by more than 20 statistical offices. So honest question, how far in terms of months of work are you from having a product that could be shared by those more than 20 countries who are actually using the same core technology for dissemination statistics as GSS is?
Thank you very much. How far can we? Yes. The same thing. Yes.
And just to ask in addition to this question. No, it's important. It's important to. I will clarify his question. part of that, and this would be my question, how would you integrate this product with the actual Statsbank so that it runs not on a local copy of the data you have, but on the actual Statsbank as it stands?
Thank you very much. So with the understanding of the technologies running behind this, we have a database. Our Statsbank also has a database. So we do a database connection. So when that is going to happen, it means that we remove our database and we connect it on top of Statsbank data. And then the logics and other tools that do the analysis and interpretation will still pull the data from Statsbank within a couple of days. This can't take 2 months because we use less than 1 month to develop this. Yeah. So to share with other people elsewhere, I can assure you that even what we have, when you give us 1 month, 2 months for what do you say? For scalability issue, we can give us 3 months for proper development, and then we will deploy it and make sure it will reach everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Because Jasper is interested in this, and with his unique position, that's why we allow him. So now we allow Mr. Edom, who is
Edinam, yes. The assigned judge. Okay, so thank you. I think you called the product StatChat, right? Okay, so please can you elaborate on the value it creates or adds above and beyond ChatGPT? Couldn't someone use ChatGPT to perform the same value creation? Aside that, what you described about the internet dependency, apart from the hardware, would there be an offline mode? So could someone maybe download it and utilize it away from the internet? And then
judges, you are time press, please.
okay, if you could also maybe touch on the coaching, the AI coaching that you do.
Please, just a minute for the response. A minute.
Okay, so thank you for the question. Talking about the ChatGPT one, ChatGPT is known for tests. It's good when it comes to tests, but when it comes, this one is querying from a database. So when you give it the prompt, we use LangChain. That LangChain is the one that is going to translate the natural language that you have typed into a query language. And then it goes and extracts the data from the database. And then the ChatGPT again translates or gives the result, the query result out in a natural language.
Time up. Thank you very much. Please, let's give up to them, please. Thank you. It's getting interesting, and if you want to allow, judges, please help us to manage our time so that we can get to the afternoon session very well, please. Thank you very much. Next on the program is Team Data Genesis.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And we are Team Data Geniuses from University of Ghana. We are here to present our product, Insemfie. Now, one might ask, what is Insemfie? Insemfie is a web application that built to extend the functionalities of Statsbank, and provides and makes interactions with the data on Statsbank with ease. Okay. One might ask, why is it relevant? So, Statsbank currently, data on the Statsbank provide users with the functionalities to extract data and perform extract data with limited tools. And without prior knowledge, one might find it difficult to navigate through the platform. So in SEMFIA, solve this problem by providing a more user-friendly interface and reducing data extractions, analysis and visualizations to a click of a button. And who is it meant for? In SEMFIA, it's meant to provide district, regional, and national level statistics, a means to access data, visualize and extract meaningful insights from the data. So at this juncture, we say data is now present at our doorsteps. I'd like to introduce my colleague to demonstrate their product.
Thank you very much. Yes, please. So, NZFA is a product that allows you to interact with the Statsbank. It provides a user-friendly interface. So as you can see, you're able to. Okay, so as you can see, you're able to interact with the Statsbank with every kind of data on the Statsbank. So you click, you select what kind of data you want. Now, our product interacts with the Statsbank using APIs. So anytime there's an update on the Statsbank, it's automatically reflected over here. Now, with a click of a button, all you have to do is just click Run Query, and then you're able to, with a click of a button, you're able to extract all the data. And then you can also download the data as a CSV file. Now, we've also provided improved visuals, so you can customize any kind of visualization you want to do. Now, we've also added a chloropret. Now, what the chloropret does is to plot a selected variable according to the various districts or regions. Then we included an adjusted plot. What adjusted plot does is any selected variable is scaled to the population, or let's say you're doing teenage pregnancy, it's scaled to the number of teens in that particular region or district. Okay. Picture 2. Picture 2. Okay. So we've also included an AI we call Nyansapo. What Nyansapo does is, when you select a particular data set, Nyansapo is wrapped around it. So you're able to query Nyansapo to extract meaningful insights. You don't necessarily have to understand like Python or R or any other programming language. You're able to get insights from the data on the Statsbank. Thank you very much. Video 3. So now, the third property is, we know the data on the Statsbank has been grouped, like we have data collected from individuals and then data collected from households. Now, you're able to select data from individuals or households and then merge the categories that fall into those data sets. So, I think for now, we selected ownership of laptops, ownership of smartphones, users of internet, literary status, and then disability status. So then we're able to merge and then compare those, we're able to merge them. After you merge them, you're also able to download the merged data sets. Now, anyone who is not satisfied with the data on the Statsbank is also able to merge the data from external sources according to region or district. You just have to select it. Yep. We've also included a profiling tool. What the profiling tool does is to take every column that you've selected and then does like comparative analysis. So you're able to view things together. Yeah, you're able to view the relationship. So this is a relationship between literary status and then disability status. So you view a scatter plot of every single relationship. You're able to view the relationships and then also quantify those relationships. So there's a heat map. And then if you don't understand the heat map, you go to a table and that shows the correlation between every single variable. Now, so afterwards, we provided, we gave users the ability to perform classification analysis. So you just select what kind of data, columns, variables you want for the classification. A dendrogram appears and it shows you how these are classified. And you select the number of classifications and it shows you districts that have the same, like that are similar. Yeah. Thank you.
It's getting interesting, huh? Very, very interesting. We go back to our judges, Mr. Edinam Konu and Madam Jacqueline Anum.
Yes, I am. Okay, thank you for the presentation on in Semfie. Very exciting. I'm just curious because from what you shared and the target audience in mind, it seems that you still need some technical appreciation to decide which data sets to combine or in in the drop down and the queries. Yeah, so it's still I understand that it's supposed to make the data more accessible, but there seems to still be some level of technical expertise.
I don't quite get your question, but then from what I understand, it's very, very, very easy. All you have to do is just select like some data sets like economic activity like this. They have multiple data variables. So there's employed, unemployed, outside of labor force, work, and then others. But if you want to perform your analysis, there might be some that you are not interested in. So you have to just select, oh, I'm interested in analysis. I want to just look at employment, outside labor force, or this, or I just want to look at ownership of ICT tools, usage of internet. You don't have to use every single thing. Because when you select a data frame, you select every variable that comes with a particular data set. But you might only be interested in just a particular set. That's why we gave the option to select what you want to do. Thank you very much.
Madam Jackie, you still have more time for them. Judges, please, if you have any question. Yes.
Hi, so I think this is actually quite brilliant because it makes it very easy for anyone to be able to access the data in the Statsbank. So congratulations on that. I think it's going to essentially make everything make sense for lots of agencies, lots of companies, and so on. My only question for you really is, how do you intend to make money from it?
He is called Etonam. You never disappoint.
Okay, so we have plans of we have plans on including sorry, I'm coming. Thank you. All right. All right, so we first have plans of developing this into a kind of social media platform where anyone can come there and then do some analysis. Now, the analysis will be saved, and then you'll be able to post it. We also have plans of, currently, the chatbot we are using is wrapped around OpenAI, but we have plans of increasing it to Lambda 2. Lambda 2 is Meta's AI. It's very, very data intensive, and then works quite well. And I think after introducing Lambda 2, we'll now provide like people who want to do more data intensive analysis to pay some premium to be able to access the Lambda 2 feature. While those who don't have money will just use the yes. Thank you.
Thank you, please. You still have 1 minute.
Yes, subscription.
Okay, Lorraine.
In the 1 minute, can you do your Bley one live demo? Visualize.
So please, what would you like to visualize? ICT. What particular data? What particular data?
Ownership of smartphones.
Ownership of smarts. So all I have to just do is click. Oh, okay. What level of analysis do you want? District, region. Oh, steady. All right. So you click that. Running. It has come. So. Yeah, the data is the region. Those who own and those who do not own, you can download it as a data set. You can visualize, and then the chloropet, you see. Then the adjusted one is also there. So you see, yeah, the adjusted one tells us that in the southern region of Ghana, I think we're currently looking at no ownership, like those who don't own. So in the normal one, you don't really see it, but in the adjusted one, you clearly see that in the southern part of Ghana, more people, like it is respect to the population in the region, so you're able to clearly see it. Yeah. And then our chatbot too.
Time out. When sometimes they say money is blood, people don't understand. immediately he hears money. You see how he was. Please, we should not think about the ultimate for now. The judges, you are giving them a headache. Keep on doing that. But we have stakeholders here. Let's think about from here, the marketing side of it. How are we taking this opportunity? Fifi is here, engineer. NCA is here. Jasper is here. More than 20 countries. Mokwa, Victor. I'll be your errand boy, as always. Next on the program is, Charlie, let's give up to them. Eton now. Team Pro Code. Are you ready? Please, let's welcome them. Jasper is with Denmark Embassy, helping us to organize this hackathon. So he has interests, not personal, but for us, students, and then stakeholders working with them. How best are we using the data that we keep on producing? Please, when we close, mentors, coordinators, approach Jasper.
Good morning, everyone. We are Team Bro Code, but as you can see, we have a lady. So our project is on leveraging real-time Statsbank data to enhance water and sanitation decisions in Ghana using INSEO AI. And we are from the Premier University in Ghana. Yeah, so we all have something that we say that water is life, right? Looking on your tables, you all have clean water, but that's not the case everywhere. As you can see, someone is drinking from this water. So as a team, we decided to go to the field and experience what people go through. So we decided to visit Homiso, which is a town in the Ayenswano district in the Eastern region. And when we were there, we met with the chief, and then we went on a little tour. This is the main source of water that they are drinking, as you can see here. One narrative that they have is that once the water is clean, it's not contaminated. But then there are several things that goes into the water being clean or not. So we decided to, and this is another town, which is in Suhum, close to Suhum, also in Ayenswano. And this is also a water source. As you can see, there's a refuse dump. The water passes through, it goes to the river, and they drink from this water. And this is not just the issue with Ayenswano and Homiso. According to the PHC, this number of households have unimproved water sources as their main source of drinking water. So to help with that, we decided to launch an all-in-one web app that features hotspot analysis, sentiment analysis, and then we generate real-time water status through user-generated reports and content, and also provide them with educational content. Because once you tell someone that this water you're drinking is not hygienic, what then should they do? So we sent an email to the Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources, but then we are yet to hear back. But since there's a rep from here, we will discuss that later. So this is the dashboard in COAI, and we have our home hotspot analysis, WQ monitor, IWRM Explorer, and then feedback. So I would like to start with the feedback. So with the feedback, what happens is that you see that the Statsbank data is from 2021, but then what's happening now? So users can take pictures of their water and upload it to the site, and they can also add feedback. And once they add the feedback, this is where our AI comes in. We use sentiment analysis, that's natural language processing, to pick whether the feedback that they are giving is positive or negative. And based on that, we will plot it on the map so that, let's say you are in Accra, you are moving to Kumasi, you know in real time what's happening. And also, once we get more people complaining about the same thing, we can identify trends. This is something that Google uses with the Google flu trend. So if a lot of people are searching for a particular flu in a locality, then they're able to detect that there's a possibility that there's a flu in that area. So that's what we are going to do, or that's what our platform does. And then with the WQ monitor, so with the people who have the access or who have the resources to purchase water testing devices, they can test the water, and then they input the features. And based on the metrics that they input, we'll be able to classify the water as clean or not. So you select your region, your district, you enter the pH, the temperature, the turbidity, and then our algorithm will run and then tell you what it is. So with the IWRM monitor, what we do is that we provide people with content. And then we just created a YouTube channel yesterday. And what we seek to do with that is that we put content on there. And the content will not just be in English, but then it will be in the various local dialects so that people can access information on water and not just know the data. Because most of these people, the data don't really mean anything to them. But then we will be able to educate them on how they can do it. Yeah. Thank you very much.
So we still have Mr. Edinam, Josephine. Okay, Pro Code, Josephine and Jasper.
I think it's me. Do you have anything to show us to see how it actually works? You have 3 minutes.
So when we were deploying it using Shiny apps, it gave us a problem. So most of the features are not on the website, but we had to submit something. That's why it's here. But we have a demo on our laptop where we run it, and then you can actually access the.
Oh, sorry.
We're informed that
Yeah.
we're informed that we wouldn't be allowed to use our laptop, so we have to submit them.
Do you have a strategy for when you collect data by the citizens, which is a great idea, how these data flows back to the GSS and can be supplied to other, or will it just stand in the app?
Okay, so what we are seeking to do is that, first of all, we have to look at data privacy. So what we do is we partner with agencies that we have verified, and then we will be sharing the data with them. So like Ghana Statistical Service and then the Ministry of Water and Sanitation, so that the government will be able to know that in real time, this is what's happening on the field. And if they want to make policies and decisions, they will know exactly where to go. And for the individual as well, if you are moving, probably some of us here are about to start our national service. If you are moving to a new locality, you'll be able to know the water situation and then the sanitation situation at that particular point in time. Yeah.
Funding revenue streams, how would the running of the app be funded? Have you thought about that?
Okay, so we are not doing it for profit. So what we are looking to do is partner with non-governmental organizations and then institutions that focus more on water and sanitation issues. And then it's also part of the Sustainable Development Goals. So if we can reach the United Nations or their offices in Ghana, we'll be able to, basically.
No, it's
yeah. So it seems good, yeah. But the challenge I've seen with these kind of things is that over time people do not provide the data. So how do you incentivize, not monetary sense, but how do you get people to share the data? For example, I'm thinking push SMS. You know what push SMS is? To people, to prompt them to, give an assessment of the water quality that they're taking at any point in time will help, get the updates that you're looking for. So on the commercialization side, that is something that you may want to think about.
All right, sure. Thank you very much.
So, yes. So a quick one. Possibly I'll engage you later. But what I want to know is what mechanism are so it's more citizen engagement. What means are they supposed to send these updates? I mean, can it be sent through WhatsApp? That didn't come out quite clear for me.
So currently,
yes,
it's just the dashboard or the web app. So you go
to the
yes, please.
portal.
Currently, that's what we have.
Okay.
So you go there, and then there are options for you. So you select your district, your location, and once you select your location, we'll be able to take your coordinates, and then we ask whether you want to upload a picture or you want to add comments. So based on the comments, that's where we generate the sentiment, whether it's positive, negative, or neutral. So currently it's just the web app.
So it looks good. I think it will be very useful, especially as we are driving towards safely managed drinking water, where actually testing of the water quality is also essential. And so maybe we'll do some more talking after this. Thank you.
Yes, we still have time, judges, please, 2 minutes.
But on that issue, and probably with the other ones, how possible is it to use WhatsApp chatbots for people to submit the data? A chatbot on WhatsApp.
Currently, to be honest, we haven't looked at that direction, but then it's something that we can look at where people can submit through WhatsApp, because WhatsApp is more accessible. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yes. Yeah, so I mean, I was going to address it from that angle. And also, in addition, I think you can look at it as a project where if there's some basic toolkits, you know, where if there is some sponsorship, then it counts, because you're asking people to go testing with what? At whose cost? You know, all that. So if there can be some basic toolkits at some key areas where you identify those things, and then also with the stakeholders, I think it's also important to engage like Water Resource Commission, for instance, because they look at those key things. And even when it comes to EPA, these, in terms of the approvals for assessments and all that, all those things come into play. So you need to engage more stakeholders and then look at how to get some basic toolkits so that when you have, you know, this easy connectivity for people to upload the data, then you know where you are also targeting that as a pilot. These areas need to come in place. Yeah.
Yes,
Well done.
and just to add, there are existing community groups across the country where they do this water testing periodically. And so this could also be an essential platform where they are able to transmit the results, and also helps with some decision making. But this is something we could explore later. But I think they've been great recommendations.
Time up. Thank you very much. Let's give up to them. It's getting interesting, huh? Judges, this is a very heavy load for you. But we will get there. Please, let's look at the opportunity side when we are presenting. The ultimate one, fine, because of the bragging rights. But please, you can have your first class, but you'll be unemployed. You have in your pass, but be with UN. And you employ the first class. So let's look at that. Thank you very much. Next is Team CTN Soldiers. I'm a soldier. Means soldier. Soldiers. Who is presenting?
Good morning, everyone. We are Team CTN Soldiers from the University of Health and Allied Sciences. The CTN, I think my boss wanted to know, is change the narrative, because we are in level 100, but we decided to take up this challenge. Okay, so we worked on fertility and mortality in Ghana and its implications and recommendations. It is known that the fertility rate of Ghana is high, and it's also known that fertility affects poverty, but to what extent? Recently, there has also been increase in the number of people that die from unnatural means, such as accidents, suicide, violence, injuries. Therefore, we decided that identifying these problems, we want to, based on these objectives, determine regional variations in fertility rates, examine how fertility rates affect poverty, to identify the risk factors of unnatural death, to understand survival patterns in Ghana using live tables, and to develop a dashboard, a manuscript, a policy paper, and a fertility calculator to address these issues. So these were the methods we used. We did the 10% data from the Ghana Statistical Service, data from the Statsbank, these softwares, and then we develop our products using Microsoft Access, Power BI, and Excel. So this is a dashboard, a video of the dashboard of the birth rate in Ghana, and we have the northern region and the northeast region recording the highest crude birth rate in Ghana. When you look at the pie charts down here, it also shows the proportions of households that are deprived per the region that is selected. And from there, we can see that the regions with the high crude birth rate, their proportions of households that are multidimensionally deprived is very high. Yes. So we did a correlation between the crude birth rate and the multi-dimensional poverty index, and a positive correlation was found between them with a coefficient of determination of 0.62, meaning that 62% of households that are deprived, the reasons can be 62% of the reasons of why households are deprived can be accounted for by the crude birth rate. And then we want to also look at the predictors of unnatural death. So we built 5 machine learning models and compared them, and the GLM performed the best. With the GLM, we performed variable importance, and we determined that age and sex were the major predictors of unnatural death. Later, we did a survival analysis to know the median survival times. But before then, we made some assumptions because of the 10% data. And that is a retrospective analysis because the event that we are studying, that is death, has already occurred because we got the 10% data on mortality. And also, we assumed that there was no censoring. So we created a dashboard for the median survival time in Ghana, which is the point in time at which 50% of individuals in our data set has experienced an event, which is death in our case, and 50% are still alive. So for Volta region, the median survival time was high, but for the 3 northern regions, the Savannah, Northern, and the Northeast region, it was 43, meaning that 50% of the people living in here can live up to 43% and beyond, but 50% will not live up to this point, which is very, very worrying. So these were the survival distribution function curves that we plotted. And lastly, we developed a system. We call it the Ghana demographic system. And in this system, we tend that all the demographic indicators, we can input it in there, not only fertility, because we worked on fertility, we use fertility. But if we can go back, you will see that we have sanitation, a tab for sanitation. If you can go back to the home. No, the video, the home. Yes. So in case I want to, for fertility, because we work on fertility calculator, we did it for fertility. But for life expectancy, mortality, education, we did not touch on that. But in case we do analysis on them and we want to showcase them, then we can use this MS application to know the values, in fact, even show charts on how these indicators are varying across regions, across age groups. So we did for fertility calculator, and I think the demonstration will show us. Go back. So with our fertility calculator here, what it can do is that it's able to show us that.
Thank you very much, CTN soldiers. So at this point, we ask our judges.
Okay, so as you can see here, this is Western region, their total population, their crude birth rate, female age group, that female age group, the number of females in that female age group, and then the number of live births to this female age group, and the age-specific fertility rate of them. So in case we have that of mortality, the same thing, Western region, the age group, and we can know their mortality rate. So if you don't need to go to the Statsbank and worry yourself going to population tab to get the population, going to the fertility and mortality tab to get the values before you come and compute them. It has been computed already, and it can also be showed in terms of bar charts, and the data can be exported to an Excel file. Based on this, we created a policy paper to make recommendations for family, and the policy paper covers family planning, empowering girls, financial policies, sex education, to control the fertility and also help control the poverty. And then on the mortality, the policy paper talked about public education, traffic safety measures, mental health support, because we realized that based on the machine learning algorithms we ran, the younger generations were more prone to the unnatural death, and males especially. So if we can target these people and then implement these policies, that will help them in terms of their mental health, because throughout SHS, we never got any advice, any mental health support, but we're going through things. I think if we can target these things, it will help reduce them. Thank you.
It's separate.
Okay, so we use Microsoft Access to
Where does it pull the data
from the Statsbank.
So you are saying that apart from fertility, any other indicator you want calculated, you have the tab to pull the data, or who inputs the?
Okay, so because it's a database system and we worked on fertility, I know the Ghana Statistical Service published reports. So after the analysis and we've done the calculations and we know the values, we know the statistics, the numbers, we can put it in the system, create the query, so that when you click on, let's say, mortality, it takes you to the mortality calculator and it shows you the various values that you can use, and then the values that has been already calculated for you. So you just look at it, and if you need it for further research, you just export it to the Excel file and use it.
We still have a minute, judges. Please open, other judges can come in. Lawrence.
So looking at the mortality data and the comparisons between male, female in the different regions, what are the two most extremes you got from your data? Like the median survival rate. Where in Ghana is it the highest and where is it the lowest?
So it is highest in the Volta region, and the value is 61, and that's the median survival rate is 61. And for the northern regions, the three northern regions, all of them, Savannah, northern, northeast, is 43. So these are the extremes.
Hello. I feel that you can still introduce the data, info, but just, you give a warning that the whatever data you got is, let's say, 2019, okay? Because this year, it's funny how I'm seeing all these things, and I'm actually very excited. This year, I've done some work for a health facility. They play in the sexual reproductive health, So seeing all these data on teenage pregnancy, fertility, I'm like, if I'd seen this earlier, we could have enriched the research that we did for them. We did primary research, but there's a lot I'm seeing in here that we could have, So the opportunity, the private sector opportunity It's a lot. You know, I think sometimes we underplay it. We just look at public sector, but the private sector opportunities are there. And one of the ways to tap into that is to look for the synergies and the opportunity to synthesize the data, okay? And then also provide opportunities for third parties to plug in and to add data, okay? All right.
Thank you.
So just
Time up,
add
time
on.
up, time up, time up. Time up. Is the announcement?
It's not an announcement. It's an additional information available for them to use.
Okay.
So GSS have done an analysis on proximity to a health facility, and that data is available at district level. So we can add that to your analysis to enrich the findings you are getting.
So this is
Thank
an
you.
announcement. Thank you very much. Please, who wins the ultimate? Who wins the ultimate? Thank you very much, soldiers. At this point, we have come to the end of the second batch of the presentations. Can we just stand? We are not going out. Let's be on our feet, please. So please, we can just, please watch out. Oh, the room is packed. Yeah, we are glad that COVID-19 is no more with us. Or we are all immune. So those of us who are not with the booster, let's get for it, please. Thank you very much. Can we sit so that we run for the last batch? Ubiniyum. Ubiniyum. It's getting interesting. I continue to say, please, let's look at the bigger picture. All your products are fine. That's why you are here. About 127 students applied. Other campuses, about 200. Others, about 50. Other campuses, about 100. But when the best 25 students were selected, you find yourself among. Then, on some campuses, we had 6 teams, 5 teams, I think 8 teams. And we were so, marvelous to be selected or to be part of the first 3. And please, that one alone is an award. I continue to say, let's look at the bigger picture. As we have the experts here, your work is feeding into whatever they are doing. And who knows? Thank you very much. Judges, more work for you. Dear Bano Anwarding. So, we now have the next 5, Team Banzaba, Team Detonates, Team Banjuba, the Team Yellow, then Team Bewa. So please, without wasting my time, Banzaba is coming. More vim, more vim, more vim, more vim. More vim, please. Interesting products coming on your way, judges. Interesting products.
Are you ready?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
I'm here today to present a gem to you, and it's not a gem you know, but it's a data initiative with multiplier effect. I'm Sally Fuyula from Team Banaba, representing the University for Development Studies, and we are here today to discuss wastepreneurship. In Ghana, it has been noted that 12,000 tons of solid waste is produced daily. And out of that, only 10% of it is disposed of properly. What happens to the 90%? It means it's at your doorstep, you sleep on it, you wake up in it, you go to your child's school in it, and what have you. 200,000 cholera cases has been noted to come up in 2014 in Accra alone. And this has been as a result of unimproved solid waste disposal. And out of that, 200 deaths has been noted. Now, pregnant women have been noted to present with adverse maternal and child health outcomes when they come from areas where there's unimproved solid waste disposal. Now, recent floods has been noted to occur in Accra, Ashanti region, and Western regions. And this has been noted to be a factor, unimproved solid waste disposal, leading to all of these floods occurring in these regions. Now, a meta-analysis was conducted by us, and we realized that the prevalence of unimproved solid waste disposal was high. Now, data from macro trends indicates that there's an increasing trend of solid waste that is being produced daily. And out of that, since we know that 90% is not disposed of properly, it means that we have 90% of waste that is not disposed, and it is increasing year by year by year by year, meaning that there's a ripple effect of unimproved solid waste disposal here in Ghana. Now, our analysis from data from the Statsbank was analyzed, and we realized that there was high unimproved solid waste disposal in Ghana. Out of 8 million households, 6 million of them represented unimproved solid waste households, representing 75% of the unimproved solid waste disposal crisis in Ghana. Out of that, we realized from the spots here that it's not only urban areas that are hit high by the unimproved solid waste disposal factor, but urban areas, rural areas are also hit hard by it. And from the analysis, we realized that Pond Katamanso, Gas South, and Tamale Metropolis were noted to be the highest producers of unimproved solid waste disposal. Now, a logit model regression analysis was conducted, and we realized that rural areas and education level from secondary going were main predictors of unimproved solid waste disposal in Ghana. Now, we have a product. Our product here looks at mitigating the unimproved solid waste disposal crisis in the country. Okay. So, our product seeks to link producers to consumers, where individuals come on the platform to sell and buy waste. Aside that, the platform also serves as an educational platform where it educates individuals on waste segregation methods, so that they are able to come on the platform and trade in the waste appropriately. Meaning that when we do this, the crisis of unimproved solid waste disposal in Ghana will be reduced by a percentage. Now, aside that, it also creates income for individuals and also employment sources for individuals, because they're able to come on the platform, buy and trade and sell in waste. Now, aside that, my grandmother in Bley, Tente, is a community in the rural northern region, does not know this app. But how does she access this? Now, it has been noted from the Statsbank that at least each household has one member that reads, writes, and understands in one language, meaning that that person can come on this platform, educate himself here on the platform, go back to her grandmother, his grandmother, educate her on it, so that the waste that we pay for, instead of paying once a day and disposing that waste, my grandmother will not pay for it. She will save that money, buy food and eat and grow healthy. Now, that person can come and gather that waste, come on the platform and sell to organizations that are interested in this waste. Now, the waste is segregated into organic waste, plastic waste, paper waste, glass waste, metallic waste, and all of you. Now, when we do that, we're able to create fertilizers for our own selves. We're able to create plastic companies that make jerseys and shirts from plastic waste. Now, other companies that use wood waste from maybe our local areas, individuals at the local region, local entrepreneurs use these waste wood to produce furniture and the rest. Now they can come back on that same platform, sell the furniture and still make money. So this is a venture enterprise. This is a problem that this is a system that we are looking forward to making it, mitigate the unimproved solid waste disposal crisis in the country and the rest. Thank you.
I go. So we have our judges, Mr. Isaac. Over.
Thank you for the presentation. Good one. In fact, I can see that there's a lot of money, DP money that is going, when I say DP, development partners, money that is going into climate change. But the only problem is when you're starting, you didn't situate your proposition and whatever within the issues around climate change and how it's linked to this, you know. So, sorry, you want to say something? No. So make the business case very strongly, and I suspect that you will be able to get quite a bit of funding. Okay, so all the issues around climate change. I think there's carbon credits. Sorry, carbon. You know, you link it to your data, and it looks good. All right.
Okay. Lawrence.
Okay, mine is actually a question. If you go back to your first or your second slide, I think the second one then. Yeah, this meta-analysis happening here on the right. Can you explain this a bit to me? This is a long time ago since I saw plots like this.
No problem. So thank you very much for the question. With the meta-analysis, when you see most of your variables pushing above the 1 point, above the 0 point, moving towards the 1 point, it means that there's what's it called? The pool prevalence for that particular topic you are looking at is high. But when it's on the 0 point, it means there's none. But when it's over the 0 point to your left side, it means that the pool prevalence is not high, it's short, and it's not statistically significant most of the time. Basically, that's this something short, basic.
More time, so we have 3 minutes.
So let me interrogate so I mean, congratulations, I like it. But let me interrogate the platform a bit. You said anyone can go there and trade their waste for money. What kind
of plastic waste, paper waste?
1, 2.
In shares, 45 to 49. And look at Tanu South. Out of every 1,000 bed, 258 children will die. This is very, very high. Like, this is very, very high. You could see the top 10 is from what? Tanu South. And also try to look, even though it's poverty, but as I said, correlation doesn't imply what? Causation. So we actually want to know what's actually what's causing it. We try to visualize their access to health facilities to what? Infant mortality. So we have a map over here. The first map shows what? The availability of what? Health facilities in blue. And it is in a gradient form. The deeper the blue, the deeper what? Or the higher the availability. And the next one shows what? Infant mortality. The lower the infant mortality, that's low red. When there's high infant mortality, high red. And you could see that, look at Upper West. It's deep blue. It means they have what? Enough of what? Health facilities there. And infant mortality is what? Low there. It's low there. If you look at this side of the eastern region, it's a little deep blue, and infant mortality is also what? Low there. But even though this is true, this is statistics, we cannot just bring you dashboards and this and this and this. Because we want to save life, we might like to what? Invest money. So before we even believe in our statistics, we do what's called what? A one-way ANOVA test to see whatever we are doing, whether it's true or what? Or false. So we ran a one-way ANOVA test. We did first 2 tests. Our now hypothesis was that what? There's no significant difference between what? The ages of their mother. And we did what? Our alternative is a significant difference. At the end of our analysis, we were using what? 90% confidence. That's our significant level was low, 0.1. At the end of analysis, we were able to reject our now and say that what? At 90% confidence, we can say what? The infant mortality has what? Something to do with the what? The ages of what? Their mother. And we also did same for what? Education level. We are using what? 0.1 significant figures. And we got a p-value less than that. So we're able to also what? Reject that now and say what? Infant mortality has something to do with what? The education level of their parents. What are our recommendations? Since it's poverty and high mothers have gestation what? They like to get gestation diabetes. We would like to what? Produce what? Nutritional food for them that could help them supply what? More insulin during what? During pregnancy. We would also like to give them what? Prenatal care. And since some of the regions don't have what? Health facilities, we could more set up what? CHIPS compound. If you see, we can't just set up big compound because big hospitals because we will need a lot of money. We could.
Honorable judges, Jasper.
Thank you for a very interesting presentation. I'm very fascinated that so many have turned their attention to Thank you for a presentation. I'm so fascinated that so many of the teams have turned their attention onto teenage pregnancy and infant mortality. That indicates a lot of concern for the future Ghana. 2 questions. Have you looked at other data sources? Have you thought about how you could access data from the Ghana Health Service? And the kind of data set that I'm missing here is how many of the childbirths have actually been attended by qualified medical staff. It is something that those people who deals in child mortality very often looks at. And I know that information is definitely not in the population and house census.
So what we did is we were able to get the availability of hospitals. By per analysis, we would like to know maybe where their mothers stay, the kind of food they eat, maybe is that their firstborn, secondborn, or thirdborn. So with that, or maybe the hospital they went is an accredited hospital, or it's maybe a local hospital, maybe it's not accredited. So with that, we have to go to the field to take the data since it's not available. So we will need support from maybe USAID or UNICEF on that. Yeah.
Okay, that was one way of answering the question. The second question, which is concerning me a little bit, is that, as I understand it, and as I remember the population and housing census, you're sort of calculating the number of childbirths, deaths, how does this correlate with official data if they are available?
The question again, I don't get you.
No, can you expand on how you have calculated childbirth, death? Sorry.
Okay. So
and secondly, how does your infant mortality figure compare to those that are released by UNICEF and other international actors?
So this is how we calculated our data. So with the data, there is the live birth in 2021. So we took that on every district within our regression, we got it. And there were those who were able to survive. So we took that, merged it. So for every district, you have the live birth and the survived. Then now we took difference of the data to get what the death, and with that we were able to calculate the infant mortality. We also checked our data with UNICEF, USAID. Even though they don't have the data, they do what's called estimation and approximation. Some of them were able to get 32, ours we got 38, some of them were able to get 40. But we have the actual data, so we didn't approximate, we did the right calculation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, a quick question. What's the source of data for the facilities?
It's from one of the GSS papers. Yeah.
So proximity.
Proximity.
And, Simon made mention earlier that we have it at the district level, and this one is policy targeting. So if we could scale it down a bit to the district level, it could be that Upper West, in terms of the region, is doing well in terms of facility. But when you go deep, like to the district level, you'd see that some of the districts are lagging. So moving forward, you can consider getting the proximity data at the district level and use it for the analysis. That would be great.
that's fine. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
I have a minor one as well.
No question is minor.
Throughout the presentations, I've not seen anybody do longitudinal or trend analysis, right? I mean, is it that the 2010 census, they say, is not available to? Okay, all right. So that's one. It would be good to have some trend analysis. And two, I thought GSS partners with UNICEF on multiple indicator cluster survey. And you've done a few rounds as well, isn't it? So why is it not reflecting in a lot of the fertility?
So first of all, with the longitudinal research, so there are data available on websites that you can get 2018, 2019, 2017. But with GSS, which is the one rate is calculated, you can get only for 2010. And if I want to do a cross-longitudinal research, and I'm using estimated data and calculated data, statistically, it's not correct to do that. That's why I didn't do that. But 2010, and so you see, with 2010 and 2020, the gap is 10. It's a little bit different here. It's very, very big. We like to get year by year to see what's happening here.
Are you sure? So we don't do intercensal analysis?
I don't know about that. Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, so I mean, just take that as a feedback and look at it. My question, mostly I've seen all the groups that presented on dashboard. One thing that is not quite clear to me is, are the dashboards restricted to specific sectors or segments of the data, or the dashboards, for instance, in your instance, is it also available to look at other sectors of the census data using your dashboard, or you're just limited it to the infant mortality?
So we are just solving infant mortality. Right. Yeah, that's all.
It's a minor question.
No, it's not minor.
Please, let's give up to them. Let's give up to them. So to our honorable judges, for the Statsbank data, we expose the students to contains only the 2021 population and housing census. The 2010, 10% of the 2010 is there, but we don't have the full as compared to the 2021 that we have the entire 30.8 million population on. But the other issue is, what additional data sources did you use to complement what was made available to you? That's also another skill we are expecting. Thank you very much, DataNet. Next is Team Badwenba. Team Badwenba. Team Badwenba. Let's welcome them. Team Badwenba. Or the laptop, no actually.
And two.
Hello. Okay, we have Team Badwenba to present. Okay, are you ready, please? Your 5 minutes starts.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, my name is Aaron, and we are Team Badwenba. All right, so and we are here to present to you what we call Towncraft. All right, so Towncraft is a powerful web application that we believe is here to help, especially municipal assemblies and then members of parliament. We're obviously going into an election year, and most of these members of parliament will come out with many information and promises. We'll build roads, we'll build hospitals, we'll build this. But what is the actual data on the ground? What does your community actually need? Okay, so based on data from GSS, the Statsbank, and then certain other sources that we got our data from, we are able to help you make informed decisions. So your community members would also see what your town needs based on the statistics. Okay, so that's what Towncraft is here to do. Some of the features of this Towncraft is to provide you with analysis that will help you know what to prioritize. Should I build a road first? Should I build a hospital first? Or do I just move straight to road because I have the money? No. So we also help you generate a policy. If you're able to make the decision that I need a road or I need a hospital, then we can, with our AI tool, we can help you generate a policy paper that you can present to stakeholders who can help you come up with the funds for it. We hope to have an interactive chatbot. We have some benefits. It helps to save costs, so you don't get to waste money on things that are not needed at a particular time. You make smart decisions. Now it also helps you to easily plan, because you get to know what your town needs, and then you go straight to implement that. You are also given priority. You are also able to prioritize what to actually build first based on all the statistics. You're also able to efficiently manage resources. Now, some sources we took our data from includes the Ghana Statsbank, obviously, which has powerful data that has helped make this project a success. And then we got data on health facilities in Ghana from the Ghana Open Data Portal and the Ghana Education Service. Thank you very much. We'll continue.
All right, so to use Towncraft, you click on the planner, and once you come to the planner, you get to see all the regions that we have in Ghana. You select a particular region. Let's say if we choose OT region, OT was recently created. Once you click on OT region, all the districts within OT region will open up to you. And then let's say we choose Biakuye. So once you select Biakuye, now Towncraft for now is limited to health and education. So we have a lot of data regarding health and also a lot of data for education. So let's say we go to health first. Once you click on health, you get to see some analytics in the district. So for instance, you can see here that from the data that we have, this data is from the Ghana Health Service dating up to 2018. So as of 2018, Biakuye was not having any health facility. Quite weird. And then we also have the distance from anywhere within the district to the nearest health facility is about 2.69 kilometers. And then the distance, for instance, for pregnant women, the distance to the nearest place where a pregnant woman can give birth is 13 kilometers, right? And then the distance to any herbal center is about 6 kilometers. Now, if we go to the education side, we get to see similar analytics. So we get to see how many schools are within the district, what is the distance to a particular school. So so we get to see that as at 2020, this data is from the GES annual report 2020. It says that there are 5 SHSs in Biakuye district. And then the nearest pre-primary school for children, crèche, is about 1 kilometer away. And then they also have a primary school, which is about 0.84 kilometers away. And then the distance to a JHS is about 2 kilometers. Now, these are some of the analytics that we have currently. But then as a regular person in the district or as a district executive member, if you want to go to a meeting backed with these insights, you get to click on generate policy paper. We have what we call the Towncraft AI. Once you click on the generate policy paper, you get to see that the Towncraft AI generates a policy for you. You can see the total number of the population of the district, and then the problem, right? We can see that education we can see that education disparities, limited healthcare, and all of that. Now, beyond this, we also give recommendations. That's the main idea. What should people do?
Time up.
I know time up. Maybe I should continue.
Judges, we have Simon, and then Mr. Van der Poel.
Okay, so from the judges' bench,
yes,
we are giving them an additional minute to wrap up.
Sure.
So it will eat into our time.
Yes, Definitely.
Thank you so
that one.
much. Thank you, everyone. Sorry for the 1 minute. So if you scroll up, after you've seen all this data, you obviously want to download it, share it with someone. You just click on download paper. We help you download the report, and you can easily save it. Oh, save it now. Yeah, so you get to save it. You get to share it with the district assembly members and all that. Thank you so much. We were given 1 minute.
Interesting. I want to go first. You go.
Yeah, okay. No, so congratulations. I think I like the practicality of it, but I have a few questions, and I'm glad you actually showed the product. Can you scroll down to the recommendations, please?
All right.
Because when you think of it from just a single district layer, it's not as useful. So it's useful for, say, an MP to get the data.
Yes, please.
But in terms of resource allocation, you have a finite number of resources, and you have to decide which district needs it more than another district.
Yeah.
So you need to add another layer that compares that particular district versus a bigger picture, right? So that you know whether this is where I should be spending my resources or not. That's why I wanted to see your recommendations. Because when you started showing what you had, I was looking to see what your AI was generating. And it was just literally spitting out that, let's say, average distance to a school is 5 kilometers. That by itself is meaningless unless I know, compared to the rest of Ghana or the rest of the region, average distance is a kilometer, which means your district is underfunded or underdeveloped.
Yes, sir.
And so that's why I was looking. I wanted to see your
sir.
recommendations to see what it's saying from a recommendation perspective.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, see, so for instance, saying increase educational infrastructure.
Yeah.
But that by itself is not enough, right? So we shouldn't get to a point where we think you just leave it to the AI to tell you what to do. You still need to apply your own mind, think about the general context to figure out if what it's saying makes sense.
Yes, sir.
Right? So you need that comparison and not just rely on AI, because AI would just feed you. It's garbage in, garbage out.
Yes.
Right? So whatever
Yes,
you give
sir.
it is the best information it has to
Exactly.
just give you some output.
Yes, sir.
But you have more local context.
Okay,
So
sir.
congrats. I think very clean interface.
Thank
Looks
you
good.
so much.
The concept makes sense in terms of pushing out to MPs and so on.
Yeah.
But I think you need an extra layer for comparison.
Yes, sir.
To have a proper outcome.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much. From our side, I will focus more on the Statsbank bit of it.
Okay.
You mentioned you use data from Statsbank, but I'm not seeing any data from Statsbank featuring in the Towncraft application. The next one is whether it is possible to link this application, or maybe you can overlay it on the Statsbank to automatically feed the application with data from the Statsbank.
Yes, sir.
Is it possible? So that is a question. The first one is also a question.
Yes,
how did you use the Statsbank data in your analysis? And is it also feasible to overlay the application on the Statsbank?
Thank you so much. So regarding the first question, in fact, all the names of the districts and all those various interfaces are coming from the Statsbank. Most importantly for us is that we got the data for like distance away from a facility. So, for instance, if you are in, let's say, the middle of the district, how far are you from the nearest school or police station? We didn't account for police station, but then the data we got from the Statsbank had this. But we were looking at education and health. So then these are the data that we used from the Statsbank. Yes,
A quick clarity.
Yes.
The additional information on proximity is not on the Statsbank.
Yes.
That is the clarity I want to give. It is an auxiliary data set we gave you to complement your data with, but it is not an extract from the Statsbank. So you may want to.
If I may continue. So then population of the district, the number of educated people in the district, and all those things.
Okay, so if you have that in the application, fine.
Yes,
but
please. Yes, please.
Thank you.
And then the second one, yes, we can actually overlay this on the Statsbank so that anyone who goes to the Statsbank can actually see this and have better, I wouldn't say better, but more insights into the data that the Statsbank is providing.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Just one quick one, which is that maybe, the Team Bro Code had this whole concept of crowdsourcing sort of issues, but they focused on water. Maybe you guys can think about working together from a perspective of not just water, but now you can have citizens directly send their needs, right?
Yes,
and
sir.
intelligently put it together so an MP, a district officer, they can see what the community is asking for.
Yes, sir.
So a way for the two teams to sort of think about how do you leverage your strengths to come out with a better product.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay. It's getting interesting now.
Yeah, it is.
Unfortunately.
Yes. We'll do it quickly.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the is it Ghana District League table?
Ghana District League table.
I think UNICEF is behind it. Right?
Okay.
Now, you don't want a situation where your data contradicts some of the stuff coming from there.
Yes, sir.
I'm here to check where they are sourcing their this. But I did some work for GIZ this year, went to the districts, and they have health metrics as recently as 2022.
Oh, okay.
And you said 2018.
Yes, please, for health.
So is it the districts have statistics units that are collecting data on a regular basis?
Yes, sir.
So they are able to update the health part of the league table as recently as 2022.
Okay, sir.
So if there is opportunity to link up with them, and remember there's also GhanaDistricts.com.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
If you can
Yes,
work with them on that. Okay.
Yes, please.
So good.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, honorable judges. So, as part of this afternoon program, you will have copies of our reports, GSS products from the census, which include the proximity reports, Ghana Statistical Service with our partners, the local governments, also roll up this administrative data compilation where all the 261 district statisticians have been trained. Laptops have been provided. Last week, we went for the validation of that data, and there's more work for them to do, just because some district heads, the data is not readily available, and some too is not well disaggregated to fit into the templates, but we are still working on that. And also for the district league, if you go to the NDPC website, that report is there. Our MPs are so keen on that report. This afternoon, we have some of our MPs around, and when they saw it, where honorable member will see the district linked to the constituency, that is last. You see, so this what's Oria. Like I said, so where are the common fund going? So when we were having the district administrative data, one of the MPs came to the venue, wanted to see the district statistician to see how best he can support that district officer to compile accurate administrative data. This information is readily available. Let's all access it on GSS website. Next, we are coming to the end. We have the last two presentations, and one to come is Team Yellow. Can we welcome Team Yellow? Unfortunately, they are wearing green. Team Yellow, but wearing green. How come? There should be a touch of yellow somewhere, huh? I don't see. What? So please, let's welcome them.
All right, thank you very much. So as our moderator rightly said, my name is Godwin Eji, and I'm presenting on behalf of Team Yellow. Yeah, so Team Yellow identify urbanization, population density, water and sanitation challenge as a challenge to sustainable development in Ghana. So the question here is that why water and sanitation? Because we have a lot of challenges or issues that come as a result of urbanization and population density. So the reason here is that over the past years, Ghana have experienced a lot of issues, a lot of problems as a result of water and sanitation. And as it stands now, we currently have an issue with regards to the Akosombo spillage, which is as a result of water and sanitation issues. And also we can remind ourselves of the June 3rd flood that happened in Accra, which spills a lot of lives and a lot of things went mess. So as part of that, we created 3 products in order to address this issue. So the first product that we created was a dashboard to identify these problems in the various regions and districts. So that probably if I am a district director or my regional director, when I click on the dashboard, I'll be able to identify the issues. And also, we went ahead to come up with a policy brief document that tells how to address these problems. And also, lastly, we also came up with a manuscript that's to tell the story to the whole world, to know what is happening in our country. So we will go to the dashboard to look at how the dashboard works and how it can help our district directors, our regional ministers, our MPs. So let's go to the dashboard. So with the dashboard here, we have a link that we can host it on internet. Probably when everybody have access to internet, you'll be able to get access to it. So with the dashboard here, first we have the distribution, the population distribution, the population density, reasons for migration, and projections to 2030 here. So we did some projections. So if I am in the Ashanti region, or I'm the regional minister of Ashanti, and I want to know the population density areas within my region, when I click on the region, it will tell me the population density areas within my regions, and also tell me the reasons why people are moving into my region, and also talks to me about the projections of my regions in the next, that is 2030, the number of people. So this will help and aid in planning. And also we went ahead to look at the major reasons for urbanization and population density, of which we found employment as a main reason, and we did some regression to show whether there is an association between them, of which it clearly shows in our map. And also when we go ahead we did a runner regression to show the association between population density and water and sanitation issues. So with the sanitation issues here, we use the toilet facilities here as a metrics for water and sanitation. So with the sanitation, with the metrics, the toilet facilities here, we did a geographical rated regression to show the association between the toilet facilities and also the reasons that, so we did a geographical regression to show the toilet facilities and population density, of which we found an association between them. And also we went ahead with our next dashboard that we did a tracker to show the progress of SDG Goal 6, the target. So if let's say in Ashanti region, I'll be able to know the progress of my region with regards to the targets of the various sustainable development goal, how well I'm doing in order to put out more interventions or to do well. And we went ahead to also do a policy brief document here, of which we also have a sample there to tell the various recommendations or things that we want to do. And we have a manuscript that we have also drafted in order to talk about the problem to the world, of which we are presenting our findings for the world to know the issue at hand. So I'll let my colleague continue with their policy recommendations.
All right. So I'll start from here. So we are saying that if water and sanitation issues are not prioritized, what happens? So we did some a sort of review of literature, and we found out that it will take Ghana 380 years to achieve SDG targets on sanitation services per the 2019 budget. As the budget allocation was, that's 26 million, according to UNICEF data. And so it just sort of highlights that something needs to be done immediately. So this now sends us to the policy recommendations. And we are saying that the first is that we need to prioritize water and sanitation issues, because we have identified that over the years, yes, there have been some initiatives regarding water and sanitation issues, but then it does appear that it has been fragmented. And then there's, in regard to funding it and then harmonizing these sectors to sort of address a targeted approach to address water and sanitation issues is becoming a problem. So we are advocating that water and sanitation issues need to be prioritized. We now move also thought. Yeah.
That's in yellow. At this point, judges, over please.
A few minutes to learn.
Let them learn, because
okay.
Yeah, so I'll also talk about the fifth one, that is the private.
Yes, but it's our time, so we are sitting there.
You are eating into our time.
Yes.
Please continue.
All right, so I'll talk about investing, that is public-private partnership. So we are saying that a critical issue about water and sanitation is what funding. So we are advocating that government should collaborate with private sector in addressing certain key issues in water and sanitation issues in the country. For instance, we could collaborate with community-led organizations in constructing of toilet facilities and improving basic water services to communities. We also said that there should be scaling up of outcome-based district-led sanitation initiatives. So we are focusing on district-led initiatives. By this, we are advocating that there should be a lot of deeper public engagement, whereby the district assemblies collaborate with the communities, with their stakeholders, with the planning coordinator, with the national authority, so that they could come up with their own initiatives that are sustainable. Yes. And then we have also identified that a key contributive factor to water and sanitation is urbanization. So we are advocating that they should help in creating satellite cities, so that it will sort of decongest the urban areas and then sort of incentivize people to move to these satellite areas. Thank you.
So judges, you have 2 minutes. And 2 minutes, 2 minutes.
2 minutes, 2 minutes, yes, you know.
We have a lot of timekeepers.
Yeah. No, I just want him to highlight the sanitation bit. So what exactly in terms of the data, what are you highlighting, or what are you, so is it looking at the public facilities, what is available? Is there a way to even identify where maybe in terms of open defecation we have like huge challenges? I just want you to highlight on the sanitation bits. What exactly are you highlighting?
All right, thank you very much for your question. What we found was that review of some medium-term development plans of some districts within the cities, we found that most of their indicators that they used to measure sanitation was down. Some of them measure sanitation by a number of screening of food vendors, just counts. So we developed a tracker that will track water indicators, toilet and open defecation indicators. For instance, if I am a district MP or chief executive officer, I can select my district and the figures will change to show me all the different indicators in that district pertaining to water and sanitation. If I am a regional MP to it will do same. If we don't select anything, it will display generally for the whole Ghana.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so it's good to know that you have this interactive part which has come up. And with regards to the policy brief, is yours static, or you generate also on your platform like the others?
Yes, it's static.
It's static, okay, so that's fine. I was hoping to see possibly some direct recommendations for specific districts, given their specific needs, so that then it can be useful for targeting as well. Is this something you can consider?
Yes.
Okay.
We're actually doing that.
Okay. All right. And this is a general comment. So possibly it's because maybe it's not on the Statsbank, but with the 2021 population housing census, there is also data from the listing as well, the listing exercise. And for instance, data on public toilets and other aspects were captured. Even sanitation facilities in hospitals, schools, and all those things. So maybe possibly because you didn't have access to, but we can look at them subsequently.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's give up to them. When the thing is so interesting, you see, that's why I always say to every ruler, so the judges try to sometimes be,
It's accusing us.
No. It's good because it's interesting, and at the end of the day, we need to hear more. But see, when the tempo was picking up, that's where. But we appreciate that. Thank you very much. But please, we are enjoying it. Let's look at the bigger picture. When it's getting interesting, let us all enjoy it. Last but not the least, is Timbewa. I'm really enjoying these presentations, and I'm hoping We wish we could have gone live on one of the TV stations, but unfortunately, we couldn't afford. It's so interesting, eh? But we're hoping that next time we will get more media partners, joining us as part of their corporate social responsibility to help us. But this one was spam, and we couldn't do much of our negotiations well. So, Team Bewa, we are waiting. Please, who know what Bewa means? I don't need answer here. Let's reflect on that. We have our honorable judges here. Ms. Julia Wendy Apia, Engineer Godfrey Fifi Buedi, Mr. Jasper Elemos, Josephine Kwamponsa, Mr. Eden Konu, Madam Jacqueline Anum, Lawrence Smith, Mr. Isaac Goma, Simon Onelemo, and Mr. Tess Vanderboy. Edumanosu. After here, they are going to do statistics. And that's where the trouble comes. But please, let's continue to think about the bigger picture, the platform, the exposure that we have gotten, and how best we can build on that. Social dividends is far better than the amount of money you have in your account. Let's think about that. When you are rich, and you don't have someone to carry you to the hospital, that amount of money cannot move you. Yeah? Let's appreciate that. So this platform is key. Let's build on that social network that we are going to have here. Okay. Bewa. 5 minutes start, please.
Distinguished panel of judges, all protocol duly observed, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's presentation on inequalities in Ghana. As we delve into this important topic, let us embark on a journey that explores the heart and soul of a nation that embraces diversity and potential, but is also faced with deep-rooted disparities. Inequality has a profound impact on the lives of individuals, families, and communities, shaping their opportunities, dreams, and aspirations. Good morning to you all. My name is Khadija Yemia Seidu, and I'm presenting on behalf of my team, Team Bewa, from UBS. Inequalities because it is part of the SDGs Ghana wants to achieve by 2030. Inequality is part of the SDGs because of the severity of its impact. Even though a lot of policies and interventions are being put in place to reduce it, but it keeps on increasing year after year, and we have a proof of that. This is a graphical presentation of inequalities that shows a trend of an increase from 1988 to 2017. And from this graph, one can sadly predict that if policies and interventions are not reinforced, this goal cannot be achieved by 2030. So our main products are a policy paper for to inform policy decisions, and also a website and a dashboard. These were the methods and tools we used. We got our data from the Statsbank, and we actually merged 2 sets of data, PHC 2021 and then GLSS 7. These are our dependable variables: income, consumption, and then wealth inequalities. And these are our key independent variables: LEAP, internal and external transfers. Remittances, sorry. This is a dashboard representation of the various inequality estimates we worked on. So the magnitude of inequality is represented by varying shades of pink. So this is for consumption inequality. And for consumption inequality, it is actually higher, or its intensity is higher in the northern sectors of Ghana. And when you come to income inequality, that is very high in the upper northern sectors of Ghana. And when it comes to wealth inequality, that is very high in the southern zones of Ghana. So these diagrams are not just mere bar graphs, but they are marginal effects of our econometric estimations. So realize that these key independent variables have direct impacts on the dependent variables. So LEAP, for instance, decreases inequality and consumption, but not wealth inequality. External remittances and internal remittances both decreases all the variables, income, consumption, and then wealth inequality. And this is an explanation to the reason why LEAP doesn't decrease wealth inequality. Wealth is amassed with time. The rich continues to be rich and the poor continues to be poor. So no matter the reinforcements or recalibrations you decide to put on the LEAP program, it wouldn't affect someone else's wealth. Basically, that is the reason. So we came up with these conclusions that consumption inequality is high in the northern sectors of Ghana, income inequality is high in the upper northern regions of Ghana, and wealth inequality is high in the southern zones of Ghana. And also LEAP reduces income and then consumption inequality, but not wealth inequality. And internal and external remittances all reduces all the three variables. So in conclusion, this is just to highlight the need for tailored structured solutions to address income, consumption, and then wealth disparities in Ghana. So these are our recommendations. The LEAP program under the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, Social protection should be recalibrated in order to make sure that benefits really get to the people who needs them. And also remittances, which is a beacon of hope for many, can create balanced economic development through financial education and also investing in income generating activities. And also bringing it down to the individual level that well-endowed individuals should support less endowed individuals in order to assist in alleviating the welfare.
So we created a website purposely as a contribution to what we can also help technological insight to the Statsbank. So purposely our target was on what we are doing. So on our website we have a lot of features there, but we can't go through all of them because of time factor. So we go to our test environment. So with the test environment, where you could upload a CSV file in a specified format because of our focus in inequality. So when you upload the file, and you click on upload, double click. So it processes behind the scene, the back end. And the process we use is that we build a machine learning pipeline. So instead of doing the manual process, all the feature selection or feature engineering pass through our machine learning pipeline. So automatically to generate the results and we get it instantly. And we did this limited to our topic, inequalities. But the good thing is that we can pivot or we can promote it to other features by selecting other columns.
Honorable judges, we have yes, Simon.
You want them to land? So there's a a request for them to land. They are still in the skies.
It's within the judges' time, so please.
So we got these results using the Gini coefficient because that's what we use to our estimate. So I was saying that the good thing is that the Statsbank can adopt a similar way where we could develop a test environment where users have the flow to select features that they want, and also it can give them instant results of how they want it to be. So it's become so dynamic. So even though we did not include our API here, but we can still promote it from there.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Team Bewa, for the presentation. So I think the caveat of the hackathon was explicit that you need to use data from the Statsbank. But I've not seen a single variable from your analysis that uses data from the Statsbank. Why is that the case? That is the first question. The other one is a comment. Your analysis were limited to regional levels, which is more aggregated. I'm thinking if you could go lower than the region to do district analysis. I understand the data, the supplementary data you are using, which is GLSS 7, it's not representative at the district level, but you can do small area estimation, overlaying that data on the census district, and then you'll be able to do inequality estimate for each of the districts. So that is something you can pick going forward to enrich your result, but I'm still interested. How did the Statsbank data feature in your output? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. With the data from the Statsbank, actually what we did is that we pick go down. We have them in our analysis, but however, because we are focusing on 3 key independent variables, we chose to present them in the PowerPoint. Go down. Yeah, good. So it's here. We have tertiary education. We have internet access, IT access, public sector employment, private sector employment, private self-enterprise. We also have unemployment rate as well as teenage birth. So we included them in our analysis. But because of the PowerPoint, we would have presented all this table. But for visibility, we made only visuals to represent them in our PowerPoint.
So what it means is that from the Statsbank, you extracted these issues at the district, at the regional levels, and you use them in your model.
Yes, please.
So what was your sample size?
In the actually, with the assisting regions, we went with the rural and urban, making it 32. And you know, the smallest sample size for any estimation should be 30. We have 32, so it's a blast for us.
The bigger the sample, the better.
So, just a quick question from me. I think one of the takeaways is that you're saying the LEAP program can be improved. But what I want to know, because there are 3 things you talked about, there's the internal remittance, external remittance, all of those are positive for the metrics you're looking at. For LEAP, you're saying LEAP can be improved. What improvements are you recommending for LEAP? So not just say it should be improved, but specifically, what do you think government should change given the study you've done?
Okay, with the data sets, we realized that the Ghana Living Standard Survey, they've categorized households into poor, very poor and non-poor. We realized that there are some non-poor households who are receiving LEAP. Meanwhile, very poor households are there and they are lacking. So what we are bringing on board is that they should actually seek, or they should actually try and get access to those who are very, very poor, so that they can give out LEAP to them instead of giving out to non-poor households.
Okay, so I recommend, instead of saying they should do that, you should do that and provide the data and say, hey, based on the data we've looked at, we think that you should change LEAP targeting these particular areas because the data is there. Or have your platform provide that output for them that they can easily access and see exactly who should be getting those that help through the LEAP program. Yeah?
Right, thank you very much.
All right. One thing that is running through for those who are pushing hard on policy, I'm not seeing an attempt to get data on how much the development partners are spending in Ghana. You understand? So if you look at inequalities, for example, it will be interesting to see for specific locations. We're putting in a lot of DP money, and yet they remain poor. Is that the case? And if so, we would like to understand why. Because then for the DPs working together with government, you know, then you want to look at, you know, how to allocate the money a bit more efficiently. Okay, so I don't know whether that data is available. You know, what the DPs are spending. Maybe from budgets. From the budgets, we can get that data.
All right, thank you very much.
Judges, can we discharge them? Thank you very much, Ngbewa. So, as part of the Science and Technology and Innovation for SDGs, where the CSIR, STEPRI, hello, where CSIR, STEPRI is leading, they are trying to monitor how much we spend on research and development and how much development partners are pumping into the economy. And we know Ministry of Finance, each of these development partners have a desk officers at the Ministry of Finance, and it's easy to track. So just that, I've not seen any conscious efforts from my section, GSS, SDG Secretariat, to pull that together, and it's a wake-up call on us to do that. But it's very difficult when we request for that data. We have made several attempts, but we'll keep on pushing. We need to do the top-level request. At this point, I wish we could do another round, but time factor. Yeah. So at this point, we will leave on the program. We have a general comment by judges. So if our honorable judges, a minute comment on the general presentation, then we give the platform to our board chair, GSS board chair, Dr. Grace Bediakon, to also make a comment. Then you have a comment from GSS management. So judges, over.
I think I'll go this direction.
Okay. Yes. So thank you. And I'd like to say congratulations to all of you. Clap for yourselves. You've done a really good job. You've done... Yes, there's so much in terms of... Sorry. That's fine. Okay. Sorry. There's so much in terms of data that can be worked on from the government side, from policy angle, but then it's how you push this beyond what's available, how you make a business out of it, how you bring the solutions, how you help address all these challenges that we are facing as a nation. And that's, for me, that's the plus. And you all have great stuff that you've done. Yes, only 3 may be able to come up today, but take advantage of the platform, of the network here. What can you make out of it? There are a lot of things I saw, like if you get some support, you can pilot it. It can become a big, the next big whatever that we have in Ghana. So just don't, irrespective of how it ends today, don't let it end there. Follow up from the recommendations that we got, follow up from the various stakeholders, and teasing how can I develop it, how can I pilot, play with the idea, and you never know wherever it ends. So congratulations once again.
So I think she has set a pace for us, so we have to come here. Thank you.
I'd like to also add that I've been greatly impressed and I've been greatly enlightened as well. You're doing amazing stuff in the field, and coming from the private sector, I think the application is key. And it looks like there's a lot of interesting ideas in the pipeline that can create social impact. So I'd like to encourage that, and I'd be extremely pleased to help facilitate that in any way. So I look forward to interacting outside of this forum. So thank you once again, and keep up the good work.
Please, Mama Morenfi, you need to, my people.
Anyway, I want to echo the comments that have been made. Congratulations to all the teams. I'm sure a lot of work has gone into the presentations, the products, the presentation. So congrats to the team that has put this together as well. I know it's a lot of work getting this off the ground. Now, the only advice I'd say, watching this, I saw sort of good ideas across the board. I think for amongst yourselves, if you figure out that there are ways to work with other teams, figure out how to collaborate. It's a lot of work. If you're trying to build a business out of this, for instance, or you're trying to turn it into a commercial venture, you need as many great minds working together as possible. It won't be easy, it'll be tough, but I'd encourage you guys, look at what some of the other people were doing and see if it makes sense to talk to them, to figure out if you guys can work together to turn these into real products that are out there. So congrats, if you need advice from us, I'm sure we'll be interacting afterwards as well. We'll be more than happy to share the little advice we can to help you embark on this journey.
Thank you very much. Please, I hope the cards are ready. We have mentors among us. These students were mentored by 2 mentors from their university, and we have 2 of their coordinating team members around. And I think they are picking something up to connect. Please, collaboration is the word. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And maybe before I start, I would like to say that for all the 15 teams here, you are already winners. So congratulations to all of you. And so it might interest you to know that some of us have been playing with data for some time, but the aspects that I saw presented here actually blew my mind. And so congratulations, excellent stuff. Specifically, I also like to rehash what has been said, that you might want to look at it beyond just what you've done and try to also monetize it to some extent. And a question was posed to one of the teams, the business case, and they were like, oh, we don't want to make money from it. We are looking at, please, don't say that. You don't know what you are saying. And so, of course, you might not have the business part, partner with other business-minded people who could give you some ideas and some insight as to how to monetize it. And that would be a great step, especially I'm sure you also saw the unemployment figures that were projected. And so let's try and do something creative out of this. So that would be number 2. Number 3, with those specifically on water and sanitation related stuff, I'm very pleased to know, some of the great products that have come out here. I'll personally take it up with also my ministry and see how to deepen the collaboration. We'll see how to deepen the collaboration with GSS, through GSS to you, and then possibly give you some platforms to showcase what you've done. We can, for us, we have the power, the mobilizing power to bring all the DPs, the private stakeholders and civil society groups to one point where you can showcase what you've done. And then hopefully by then you would have thought of some business cases to it, and then we'll make some good stuff. Thank you.
Another word, good stuff, is from Ministry of Water and Sanitation. They have money. Oh. They have money. Ministry of Water and Sanitation. They have money.
He has money. All right. From my side, as a private sector person, I am so impressed. A round of applause for all of you again. I'm so impressed. And maybe I have to say, I think I'm going to recruit 2 or 3 people from there. Yes, so I've identified some 2 or 3 that. All right, so you all did very well. Some of the feedback I've already given. The significance and the relevance of what you're doing, I think most of them did not tie it to literature. Do that in subsequent pitches, especially if you're doing it to other stakeholders. Let it come clearly. Because as for the issues, there are a lot. But you need to situate it in the literature, what is relevant. Then, I think I mentioned this earlier, you all looked at the public sector. I think it was because of the remit that was given to them, right? But, continue using the data sets available to you for the private sector. I've had private sector people reach out to me for a number of things, and I see how your presentations could have, addressed some of the stuff that came to us. Then, data quality. I played around with the Statsbank. I think I mentioned it to Laurent. I found a few issues here and there. But it looked as if none of you detected any issues at all. So when you're doing dashboards and these things, also make a quick note on the quality of data. It's census, it was well funded and all that, but the data is not fail-safe, it's not foolproof. So make points on data quality. I think that would also help. Yeah, on commercialization, we'll talk about it later. And then, of course, I mentioned the longitudinal analysis. I think that was also what was, But, fantastic presentations. Well done.
Please, let's do it better now. So, I keep on saying, you can be a first class student, but you come and work for someone who had the pass, or someone who have never even been to school, and we are seeing it, isn't it? So the ultimate prize, yeah, fine. But for all you know, you might not go for the ultimate, but you are part of the top 3 that funds are already available for you to, move on. Please, let's look at the bigger picture. Thank you. Jasper? Yeah? Yes, you have to.
No, thank you. I'm not really sure that I know where to start. But first of all, thank you to GSS for taking this idea about having a competition among students to see how far they could take the data to a level that was not expected by any of us. And and secondly, you may not have known it, may not have thought about it, but you have actually today showed that you are part of a very, very important transformation inside statistics. When I began working in statistics 30 years ago, the job was done when you had done the press release. When you have printed the statistical yearbook, the job was done. Today, we don't print yearbooks any longer, but basically, we feed data into systems where everyone can use them. And you have shown that you have all the skills to actually use the data. So today, the point of success for a statistical office is that students, academia, private companies can build statistical products on the basis of the data that we provide to the public, to the private companies, to the sectors, to the development partners. And you have shown that you can do that with ease, hopefully, and that you have, at your time in university, have gotten all the necessary skills to take the data that GSS generates and turn them into products. Products who may even be commercial viable, or if they are not commercially viable, will have a great value to development partners and to the Ghanaian society in general. So be very, very proud of yourself and give yourself a very, very big piece of applause. Some of you today is going to win, some of you will not win, but you have already won because you have shown to you and to us 2 things: that you can use our data and that you can create products. So you are absolutely ready to leave university and go out and meet the world. And that is a big applause to you and to your universities. So thank you for allowing me to be here.
Thank you, Jasper. Collaboration. Hackathon has come to stay. This is the first of its kind organized by the National Statistical Office. It's the intention of GSS, management of GSS, to carry out every year. We are hoping to bring it on board the private institutions. So, you know what other universities are doing? I shall say, Valley View, All Nations, Central University, Methodist. Can you imagine what will happen? We will now go out there, seek sponsorship, media partners, private sector coming on board, our honorable judges helping us in the partnership. We will get there, and all of us will smile one day. Collaboration.
Thank you. In fact, indeed, it has been really a great day, and we've all enjoyed it. We've seen the innovations, the things that have come out of it. We say we are very much impressed. Can we give ourselves we also saw the data being used, that most of them you had to go out of the Statsbank to use, and we promised to populate it more with the data that we have, the ones you went out to use, and then also try to bring in current ones to make it more user-friendly. You have brought different dimensions to it. It's for us also to look at it and see how best we can also make it more friendly for all of us to use. Thank you. I did not say much because everybody has said so much about it. Thank you so much for the insights. We've learned a lot, and I believe other teams have also learned so much from it. And we pray and we know next year, I know it's going to be wilder and bigger.
We will get there. At this point, we welcome Ghana Statistical Service Board Chair to give some, she advised that what she has been seeing around when she told the campuses, why should we bring only the winners? No.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. See, you can't tell that the time has changed. As Jasper said, this has exceeded what one would have expected. Yes, we've been statisticians, we know statistical products, but the kinds of products you have come up with it's not something I would have imagined in my wildest imagination or dreams. So you have been innovative, you have really been thoughtful about what product, what to get, or what would inform policymakers, what will, and now slowly we'll get to what will inform our business communities, right? That's where to watch. And so it's been a great experience. And as he said, I mean, this is a larger pool from which we would get very diverse, and you all saw it, products. So it's great, and we want to continue. And I think the beauty of it also is that having been a group of 15 teams, you've been able to learn from each other, and that is a very important aspect of this. So you go back, and please, let's continue to allow our minds to dream, think, agitate for better products. And you have already been introduced to judges who are open to support, help technically to get you to raise the standards of your product. We are also there to help in the technical, substantive way. So don't, they say, rest on these laurels, right? Please, let's aim so high that the products that will come out of you beyond here will be mind-boggling. It's mind-boggling enough, but let it be such that the world will know about you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Board Chair Dr. Grace Bediako, former government statistician. At this point, please, can we do it better for ourselves? It's very nice and refreshing to see you around. At this point, we need to have a Muslim prayer so that we can conclude. Malam, please. Malam Amin, please, hurry up, please. Okay, for mine. Please, a blessing from Allah, alhamdulillah, to keep us all in good shape.
Please, we are praying. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين.
So, Lawrence, I don't know whether we can have time for members to go to the beach after the program. Do you have any announcement? So at this point, yes, we appreciate our judges. Miss Julia, when they appear, they are now going to do the real statistics. So please, can we give them a round of applause? Madam, Mr. Edinam Koku, Mr. Curtis Van der Poy, Engineer Godfred Fifi Buori, Mr. Isaac Guma, Jasper, and Madam Jacqueline Anum. We appreciate your time, and we hope. Please, let's do it for them. 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 We are hoping your club can also make the statistics better for you. Yes, 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 yes. You see, they are watching the faces. So maybe, so thank you very much. So at this point, they will go do their statistics while we walk to the auditorium, prepare for the main award ceremony. Thank you very much, and over.
couldn't say yes or no. Then he was quite disappointed, so he asked another question. How about data on taxes? Can he get from that place too? Then he moved on to say, well, if he could not get the first one, how about data on how not to pay some taxes too? And I see Prof is noting certain things. I am convinced by the end of the day, if the wonderful finalists do not answer the question, he will do so. But we need to start today with a prayer. So please, let's put our hands together for Mr. Timothy Afful as he comes up to deliver the prayer.
Good afternoon. Please, let's be upstanding. And let's pray. Unto him who is able to do exceedingly abundantly above of whatever we think or imagine according to the power that works in us. Today, this is the day that the Lord has made, that we have the spiritual tenacity to rejoice in the name of Jesus. We thank God for your hands. We pray that you bless us, that at the end of the day, the program will be successful. The Bible says he makes things beautiful in his own time. And today, as we are ending a showdown on the hackathon, may your grace, your power, and your love be with us in the name of Jesus. Amen.
May we put our hands together for the and by saying that this is going to be a showdown, he has given me the opportunity to veer into the area I was asked not to go into. Anyway, my name is Raymond Dakwa. I work with Joy FM. I mean, if I've not offended you yet, some of you will like me. Yes, and I have a teacher in the front row, so it's also fine. Anyway, I have been acting without authority. There is a man whose instructions and directions I should be operating with. He's the one I'm supposed to introduce today. He's an accomplished telecommunication executive with over 29 years of experience in telecommunication management, networks, and cybersecurity. He has worked globally and managed networks with equipment from vendors like Cisco and Juniper. Notably, he served as a network engineer for the United States Postal Service and later as a network engineering services manager at NASA. People that go to space, right? Yeah, supporting 49 space shuttle missions. Currently, he serves as the Director General of the National Communications Authority in our very wonderful country. He is also involved in national security and cyber security committees. He went to KNUST, which is where people have problems with. Yeah, but he's not one of the judges anyway. Yes. He has an MBA from the University of Maryland and has executive education at the Harvard Kennedy School. By now, many of you will know the man I'm talking about. But if you do not know, in the Republic of Ghana, he's also known to be an expert in election collation. Please, I'm sure you are very much aware. And let's put our hands together for Mr. Joe Anoche.
Thank you, Mr. Raymond, for the generous introduction. Prof, if you could indulge me, I'd like to say a big shout out to the team that are here. Team NCA. Prof. Samuel Kobina Anim, Government Statistician. His Excellency Tom Norik, Ambassador of Denmark. Dr. Evans Agridakon, Acting Head of Civil Service. Honorable Members of Parliament herein present. Representative from Ghana Tertiary Education Commission. Staff and management of the Ghana Statistical Service. officials and students from the 5 universities participating in the finals of this maiden National Statsbank Hackathon for students. Distinguished panel of judges, I notice here that the former government statistician, Madam Bediako, is also here. Distinguished panel of judges, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, good afternoon. It's an honor to be called upon to chair this novel and timely initiative by the Ghana Statistical Service, aimed at bringing innovation to data analysis, interpretation, and contextualization by way of this National Statsbank Hackathon organized in partnership with Statistics Denmark and the 5 participants, namely University of Development Studies, University of Cape Coast, Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, University of Ghana, and the University of Health and Allied Sciences. Thank you, GSS. I accept to chair this function. I'm extremely excited that Ghana Statistical Service and this decided to unleash the exploratory curiosity, innovativeness, and creativity of MPhil and PhD students from our 5 universities. It is said that on its own, data is innate. It does not react to anything. Applying analytics and automation to data increases its value and makes it transformative. That is why I believe this exercise is timely and relevant. These young innovators have the requisite trained minds to develop utility applications using the GSS Statsbank, the massive online data repository, to enable planners, investors, and researchers to mine more valuable insights that can easily understood and be applied in many contexts and ways. Today's award is the crowning moment to the many months of determination, examination, and expression of ingenuity of these participating students who have developed applications that can enable the Ghana Statistical Service deliver more value to interested parties who need to make use of its Statsbank and their innovation potentials. I wish all participants the best. In fact, every participant is a winner for developing useful applications you strongly believe will make a more innovative country driven by digital disruptions and data in the march toward achieving the requisite SDG goals. I encourage you to put your limits from today. Thank you, and God bless our homeland, Ghana.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. And may we continue to put our hands together for the NCA boss, who can limit, the reach of Joy FM and other groups, but more importantly, for the chairman of this particular occasion anyway, we need to move on. And there is an important address that's supposed to happen right now. The man who's come to do the address has actually made statistics less boring to the non-statistics brain. And he's moved beyond, and I'm particularly excited about how he's reformed, how we release inflation data. Now we can drill down and go and pinpoint the very triggers of inflation in the Republic of Ghana. I'm sure you know who I'm trying to reference here. We will talk about him in the future. And he has 2 questions from me my colleagues to answer. Professor Samuel Kobna Enim is the government statistician. His welcome address is one we want to hear now. Can we put our hands together for him?
Thank you very much, Raymond. The chairperson, Mr. Joe Anoche, permit me to associate with your very eloquent recognition of people who have joined us for today's engagement. Having said that, I want to be sure I don't get a query letter after this event. So I want to clarify the fact that Dr. Grace Bediakun is not just a former government statistician, but currently the chairperson of the Governing Council of the Ghana Statistical Board. Thank you. Clearly, with your applause, I'm not going to get a query letter. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm very excited today because I've missed the classroom for a while, and today, if I'm not going to the classroom has been with me in the past 2 months, and today climaxes the activities that we've been doing with 5 of our public universities. Chairperson, for your sake and for the sake of others who were not with us on Monday, especially our honorable members of parliament, that the outcome of this exercise is geared towards their use, permit me to repeat some of the things that I said on Monday. Colleagues, students, don't be offended that I'm being repetitive, but I want this message to get out there and get out there very strongly. On Monday, we did indicate that we have realized as a country, a global community, that Ghana's development is characterized by cyclical fluctuations. And we are clear in our minds as a service that the only, and I'm happy to respond to one of the questions from Raymond, why we are calling it a bank. Chair and colleagues, it is clear out there that every investment, a $1 investment in a data system, please, I didn't say data production, a data system, has a returns of $32 at the minimum. And for developing countries like ours, the returns can go as high as $73. Hence the name a statistics bank. So the output is that it is a repository of data set, but we are associating it with a bank because that is what is going to unleash the potential, the transformation that we seek to get as a country. So we did communicate this to the students and shared with them a couple of acronyms, which I'm going to do in my welcome address, but for the sake of this engagement, add a third acronym. Permit me to provide better insights on why this hackathon activity. I use the comparative word better because on the surface, it might sound that it's just a competition where students are giving us access to the richness that we have in the data. Clearly, chairperson and colleagues, it goes beyond that. So one of the acronyms that we shared with the students on Monday is what we call DIMI, D-I-M-I. And what that means is that every data intervention that we do at Ghana Statistical Service, we are not interested in what comes out of it, but we are interested in the multiplier impact. So it is data intervention with a multiplier impact. And that is why we are doing this. This hackathon exercise clearly would identify a winner and winners from our universities, but it has several advantages. One of which is giving our students an opportunity to start writing their curriculum vitae. It's not just a matter of putting on your curriculum vitae that I participated in it, but this is an opportunity for them to showcase their ability to support policymakers to transform the country. So some of them have brought up products that it's about artificial intelligence. Some of them have brought up products that is about application programming interface. Some of them have brought about programs that is about dashboards that our parliamentarians will now sit in parliament and get access to data to inform the discussions that happen. It is our considered view that this will not even end with just parliament, but all the highest levels of hierarchy when it comes to decision making, including cabinet. Because now we need not have to carry the hard copies of the products that we used in the past. We've put all our data sets, and I'm going to talk about the products, on digital platforms which can easily be accessed by our policymakers. Why we call it a multiplier impact, Chair and distinguished members, is that we are making a clarion call to policymakers. We want to better engage. Ghana Statistical Service wants to better engage. So we are doing that through our students. They are going to showcase products to us. You can engage them on their products, but going to do is have this bilateral relationship with policymakers where we can address specific issues that bothers us as a country. We have gone ahead to write a data revolution document, and we are hoping that as a country, we can embark on a year that we have declared as a data revolution year, where statistical profiling of our policy documents will be talked about, where targets that are not being reached will be talked about. And Honorable Chair, let me give you a couple of examples. Just a couple of days back, we engaged the Ministry of Education. The Ministry of Education has a 12-year plan for Ghana's education strategy plan. And we said to them that at a time that we've done the population and housing census, at a time that we've done the demographic and health survey, at a time that we've done the annual household income and expenditure survey, if it doesn't wake us up to look at the education variable vis-a-vis the education strategy plan, we'll continue to see this disconnect. Honorable members of parliament, Honorable B.T. Baba, and Honorable Senator Rawlings, we are making this clarion call. That we want to share the insights of the data with them. So not be hanging in places that are different from where the data sits. This is why we call it a DIMI, data interventions with multiplier impact. Chairperson, I'll move on to share the products with you. We have launched the Statistical Online Bank in the 5 public universities. It's a repository of data, not just the census data. And Raymond, this goes to your second question. And Chair, you did mention that you are hoping that other government MDAs would emulate and do same. The Statistics Online Bank is not for Ghana Statistical Service. It is not only Statistical Service data. Indeed, our engagement with the Ministry of Education has advanced to the point where we currently have access to the annual school census that we started collecting as a country since 2001 up to date. Through artificial intelligence, through machine learning, through the different technologies that we've depicted here, we have digitized that data set and preparing that data set for the Statistical Online Bank. So it is not a data set that would analyze only one particular data. This is the starting point for us to look at multiple data sets to address the complex challenges that we have. So in this regard, we have consciously approached all the government ministries, departments, and agencies, trying to sign MOUs with them and urging them, encouraging them to develop microdata dissemination policies where data sharing will be part of our arrangements as a country. Honorable Chair, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, until we get to that point, ending the cyclical fluctuations in our development will not be in sight. For emphasis, the only way we can end the cyclical fluctuations in our development is where, as a country, we get to the point where multiple data sets are available to us, and we are analyzing multiple data sets. Beyond this Stats on Bank, we've come up with 3 digital products, which I'm hopeful that our honorable members of parliament will take note of it and make use of it, given that they give you readily available information. The second is what we call the graded population data. Honorable Chair, let me kindly request that members open their program files. So I'm speaking to this one sheet, which speaks to all the 4 products that we have. Chair, this second product is the emphasis of Ghana Statistical Service. We have been known to be releasing inflation figures, and Raymond did talk about it. It's unfortunate the service has been known with inflation either from the consumer, producer, or GDP. If you look at the law, that is not what it is. Our mandate goes beyond that. What inflation is doing for us, we are moving away from releasing statistics at the national and at best at the regional level and in rare cases at the district level when we do census every 10 years. What we've done now is to put the country into every 1,000 by 1,000 meter square, and for all the 350 million indicators that we obtained from the 2021 population and housing census, Honorable Chair, through the graded population, we can get that. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we count down. Whatever data that you have, even at that lowest level of disaggregation, 1,000 by 1,000 meter population, you can get that data. In data is not that sensitive, will not be that revealing for any researcher, policymaker to identify somebody there. We can reduce that grade to a 500 by 500 meter. This is the second product that Ghana Statistical Service has put out. Chair, the third product has to do with a geolocation of the census data at the regional level up to the district level. So for all on the census data, using any source, that tool is available for the general public. These are 3 unique products that Ghana Statistical Service has put out. On top of that is our 10% micro data, which has been accessible on our website for some time now. We have recently enhanced it by adding the metadata to it to offer a proper use of this. This has given us an opportunity to launch 4 different digital products, which I believe is going to enhance the use of data and actually get us closer to policymakers. Chair, related to that, I believe on our way here, a number of us saw the hard copy of publications that we've put out there. Since the 2021 population housing census, as of today, we've put out 18 publications, and moving towards the end of the year, there is a high chance of adding 6 more publications to that. Unique to our interventions in recent times are what we have perceived as data needs for the country. So in recent times, we've put out very specific reports, some of which include the food price variability report, to give us a better understanding of inflation issues across the 16 administrative regions, the trade vulnerability report, which gives us an opportunity to look at where we are exporting to, where we are importing from, and last but not the least, the earnings inequality report, which has given us a sense of disparities in our earnings. Way forward. As I indicated, the DIMI acronym gives us a sense of the multiple impact that we expect from this, which I said is related to 2 other acronyms. Chair, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, globally, artificial intelligence is driving all of us to appreciate the need to connect data better with policy. So at the beginning of the year, Ghana Statistical Service introduced what it calls the CAN agenda, C-A-N, which has to do with a conscious effort to change your environment and the way you do things, with the C standing for change, the A standing for automation, which closely linked to the artificial intelligence that I talked about, for us to be novel in what we do. It is our hope that collectively as a country we will pursue aggressively the CAN agenda. Chair, the third acronym, which I share with you today, is a twin of the DIMI acronym, which we call PIMI, P-I-M-I, Policy Interventions with a Multiplier Effect. With the current challenges that we have, we just don't need any policy intervention. We definitely need policy interventions that have multiplier impacts. And this is the 3 acronyms that, going forward, Ghana Statistical Service, together with government ministries, departments, and agencies, are going to pursue. So in terms of way forward, we're scaling up this maiden exercise to all our public and private universities, put a different twist to it at the senior high school level, where we're going to have Statistics Club at the senior high school level. At that very early stage, even if we are losing it in current terms, hopefully in the next 10, 15 years, these are people that throughout their lives, they would have worked with statistics and hopefully they will make use of statistics going forward. Honorable members of parliament, your being here gives us hope because it is our expectation to engage some specific government ministries to showcase to them the products that we are getting from this product, specifically the Ministry of Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development, of Information, and all the other ministries. We have started engaging the Policy Planning and Monitoring Evaluation Directorate. We have started collaborating with the Research, Statistical Information Directorate. We want to go to them, want to approach them, and showcase these products to them in terms of the products from the students and the digital platforms that we have put at our disposal. As I indicated earlier on, the National Development Planning Commission, which Ghana Statistical Service sits on, is privy to this and has been part of this engagement with the PPMEDs and the RSIMs. We definitely are not doing a one-off intervention. As I said, this has been institutionalized, and we are hoping that everybody at this event would sign off, and for that matter, has signed off as an ambassador of the hackathon, and going forward, we're going to get closer to policymakers in this regard. I'll conclude by welcoming all of you and express our deepest appreciation for engaging with Statistical Service on this event. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hands together once again for the government statistician. I did say that he was passionate about the development of data in the Republic of Ghana. And I asked him 2 questions. He added a lot more and introduced 3 acronyms. So I'm not tempted to bring him up here again. Now, we need to move to a very important section of our engagement. Ghana Statistical Service did not do this alone. It was done with a partner. Ladies and gentlemen, can we put our hands together for Mr. Tom Norin, the ambassador for Embassy of Denmark. He's supposed to give us a statement by a very important key partner in this conversation. Please put your hands together once again for him.
Thank you very much. Sometimes it's really an advantage to not be the first speaker, because then somebody else has already bidden welcome to everybody and enlisted all the important people that are in the room. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for doing that. But it is equally a disadvantage to come after 2 such eloquent speakers. I've never had the privilege before, Mr. Chairman, but I have been after Prof before. It's never easy because he has said everything and he has done it more eloquent than you would ever be able to do yourself. But now I'm going to give it a try. At least I would like to explain why I, an ambassador from Denmark, is standing here. Some of you in the room might question that. Well, the short answer is that my country, Denmark, and Ghana, or rather, to be more specific, Denmark Statistics and Ghana Statistical Service have had an extremely close, and allow me to say so, equally strong and successful cooperation and partnership under what we call the Danish Embassy Strategic Sector Cooperation, going back to 2019. We're actually ending the first phase of that cooperation, but thankfully, it's not over at all with that first phase. We are, from January next year, entering into the next phase, and we are very, very pleased with that from our side. Our priority of this successful cooperation has been exactly the development of the Statsbank. It has been our desire to see the wealth of statistics produced by GSS not stay on the shelves and gather dust. I'm sorry, I know it doesn't just do that, but to rather be widely disseminated and used appropriately. In this way, we create real value. The Statsbank serves as an excellent tool, making data accessible to politicians, policymakers, administrators, researchers, students, the media, and, for that matter, the general public. This ensures, because there's a higher goal, this ensures transparency, and it promotes accountability, and thus it contributes to strengthening democracy. I encourage not only those politicians and policymakers who are in this room, but all the others as well, to take advantage of this tool for evidence-based decision-making. It is extremely important. Denmark Statistics and GSS collaborated to organize this hackathon activity to create awareness of this easy way to access data and to explore how researchers, students, and others could source data from the Statsbank for meaningful analysis. Now, we actually have not one, but 4 different strategic sector corporations. And once in a while, we are trying to be smart. It's not always we succeed, but we try. And one of the things we've been trying to do is to create synergies amongst the work that we do between the different strategic sector corporations. Apart from statistics, it's on water, it's on meteorology, and it's on the maritime. What I would like to mention here is that we've already had one of those other strategic sector corporations take on board the Statsbank, or actually the Danish partner in it, the Danish water utility in Aarhus, our second largest city. They are already, it's working, so its usefulness has already been proven in this context. I would also to GSS for your initiative to introduce this product to one of the Ghana Parliament committees, as I understand it is now. But of course, it doesn't stop there, as you said, Prof. It moves on. And I think it's only right that every parliamentary committee gets used to this. It's a useful tool. It will strengthen decision-making, policy-making in the future. I think it's clear from now, from what I've said, that Denmark and myself, we're honored to be part of it. I am, of course, very excited to be here. I look forward to learning the interesting analysis that would be produced by the winner of the National Hackathon. At this juncture, I would just like to say congratulations to all who participated. It's not, but it's everybody who has gained from this exercise. Finally, I will entreat all to be, as Prof also said, good ambassadors of the Statsbank. Share the news, tell how accessible this platform is. Then it will reach the masses. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And many thanks to you, His Excellency. And we can still put our hands together for him. And I know most of you will know that this is being done together with Statistics Denmark. So let's put our hands together, especially for Statistics Denmark. The man who is coming up next will deliver a fraternal message on statistical data, research, and policy. Many of you knew his work at the Political Science Department at the University of Ghana. When he went to Parliament, I'm sure you followed him. And now as acting head of perhaps a service that's mostly headed by very, very old people, and it doesn't look like one. But for me, I know him because he gave me an A in level 200. Yes, in level 200. And I'm always grateful to him. So for that particular A, because I ended up not getting many of those. I don't know why. Yes. Please, can we put our hands together? It's very specially. Before he withdraws his A from me, to the very wonderful man you are about to hear from. And we'll also be telling a lot more about Dr. Evans Agridako. He's the acting head of the Civil Service of the Republic of Ghana. Please, Doc.
Thank you very much, Raymond. So normally when students do well, they credit themselves. But you have done well, But when they don't do well, usually they blame the lecturers. So I had an A, But if it's a C, the lecturer gave me a C. But I'm happy that you have acknowledged. But you deserved it. That's why you got it. Thank you very much. So ride on existing protocol so eloquently established by the chairperson, and so we can make some gains as far as time is concerned. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm elated to be here for this very important ceremony. Let me say that my association with Statistical Service has really, really enhanced my capacity. And if I have actually been appointed to head the Civil Service of Ghana, I'm sure that part of the credit should go to the Statistical Service of Ghana. Let me quickly add that if I fail in any venture at all, I am eternally responsible for that. Statistical Service should not be part of that responsibility. So I'm elated to deliver this fraternal message on statistical data, research, and policy on this National Statsbank Hackathon Award ceremony. Mr. Chairman, and other activities associated with the Statsbank Hackathon have become another hallmark of the Statistical Service of Ghana as the coordinator of the National Statistical System, and should be commended regularly, just as other equally important statistical events. In this way, we'll be constantly reminding ourselves of the indispensable need to utilize statistics for decision making, which gives impetus to effective policy interventions at the national, subnational, and individual levels. Success cannot be measured without well-defined indicators, timely and high-quality data. Indeed, accurate and credible data are essential for analyzing trends, making informed decisions, and assessing the success of policies and programs. Statistics, as you are aware, promote accountability in both the public and private sector institutions. Any government with access to quality and comprehensive data can respond to critical human needs, advance human capacities, institute good governance structures, and ensure equitable and inclusive growth. We should therefore on traditional and novel data sources to enable the full integration of statistics into decision making to enhance the quality of public policies and programs in this country. In the development that we seek as a nation, there is a need for effective cooperation between the Statistical Service of Ghana and all other public sector institutions to support evidence-based policies for national development. Research It's the engine that drives problem identification. And Mr. Chair, sometimes when I've examined MPhil theses, PhD theses, etc., and sometimes you have examined their statement of the problem, there are times I indicate to some students that the only problem you have is that you have no problem. And since you have no problem, it means you cannot undertake that particular study. So problem identification, for me, is very critical. And you need data to really identify, a specific problem. So in the case of Ghana, for instance, if you are scanning, you are a sector minister, you are scanning environment, you are identifying the problems of the area, their ability to identify a specific problem, for me, is indicative of how well you'll be able to put in place remedial measures to address them. So problem identification, for me, is very, very critical to the solutions that you proffer subsequently. So it provides the evidence we need to understand the complex issues our societies encounter. And this could be the sectors for education, health, environmental sustainability, among others. It helps in asking the right questions and then searching for answers that are grounded in facts rather than speculations and guesswork. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the discussions are currently ongoing, as the government statistician alluded to in his presentation, to deepen the relationship that the civil service, for instance, has with the Ghana Statistical Service, as well as even institutions of higher learning and others, to leverage on their respective strengths to enhance the utility that can be derived from harnessing the relationship between data, research, that will really undergird the policies and programs that we so fashion. It is therefore necessary that all stakeholders, including the ruling elite, and I'm happy that parliamentarians are here, BT Baba is here, Dr. Izneto is here, the ambience is enhanced. Once we have critical policy elites in here, civil society, researchers, among others, we ought to have to come together to share some strategic views on how we can help sustain national development through improved programs or policy actions, or make proposals that build on existing initiatives using data, statistics, and research as major building blocks. Mr. Chairman, policy is usually what government chooses to do or not to do. So if the government decides that I'm not going to decide, it's a decision. Because I've also argued that the decision not to take any decision is itself what? A decision. Because you need to decide that you will not decide. But that decision is actually predicated on data that is available to you. Very critical. So effective policy are not formulated in a vacuum, as we know, but are informed by statistical data and driven by research. Without research and data, policy decisions can be arbitrary and prone to unintended consequences. The utilization of the evidence in decision making will inevitably lead to better choices and better outcomes. So in the public, collaboration for me is essential in addressing some of the most pressing challenges of our time. Ghana is currently, as you are aware, implementing a 3-year post-COVID-19 program for economic growth called the PCPEG, with the support from the IMF. It is plausible to argue that the success of this policy package very much depends on solid statistical data, research, and customized program initiatives and activities, which to all intents and purposes should ensure macroeconomic stability, debt sustainability, and of course lay the foundation for higher and more inclusive growth. So in a successful implementation of the PCPEG, MDAs, MMDAs, and other public sector institutions are expected to have a robust system for the use of data. So the service are certainly captured by Section 2 of the Civil Service Law 1993, PNDC Law 327, mandates the civil service, and Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I quote, to assist government in the formulation and execution of public policies and programs for national development, unquote. This will not yield the intended results if emphasis is not placed on data and research. As the central management agency of the civil service, the office of the head of the civil service largely depends on data to execute its mandate. Few instances where data plays a critical role will suffice as illustrations. 1. In the preparation of the annual performance report, an exercise usually underpinned by Section 85(1) of the Civil Service Law, we really depend a lot on data from the from the MDs, that's ministries and the departments. In the chief directors and directors' performance evaluations, certainly something that we do at the end of the year predicated on data. We are looking at effective staff performance appraisal system and effective performance management tool. And of course, implementation of a service-wide general HR policies, among others. We actually depend on solid data, reliable data from the ministries and departments. I cannot begin to imagine the magnitude of implementation nightmares that we'll have if we lacked the statistical data needed to inform policy interventions. So there is therefore an urgent need to modernize our statistical system to ensure the availability and utilization of regular, timely, accurate, and reliable statistics. Mr. Chairman, it is within this context that we must applaud service and for developing a concept to raise awareness on the capabilities of the Statsbank and foster collaboration with academic institutions. Now, for the benefit of those who may be hearing this for the first time, kindly permit me, Mr. Chairman, to quickly highlight the nature and importance of the Statsbank, something that the government statistician has done, but for purpose of emphasis, and how it will relate to the hackathon. For the first time in the history of the official statistics production, with the support of Denmark, GSS developed an online database for assessing disaggregated statistics from census surveys and administratively compiled data. That online database is known as the Statsbank and contains over 350 million unique statistics from the 2021 population and housing census. This online database, which was launched on 27th April 2023, allows customize tables and maps at the national, sub-national levels at no cost at all. I think that's the beauty of it, at no cost at all. It is important to state that the development of the Statsbank is part of the GSS commitment to utilize and user-friendly methods to disseminate findings from Ghana's first fully digital census and promote the uptake of the data for decision-making. What is then the relationship between the hackathon and the Statsbank? Mr. Chairman, the hackathon's aim is to raise awareness of the Statsbank and promote the use of and the disaggregated data it provides for policy-relevant research. Mr. Chairman, the hackathon also presents unique opportunities for mentorship, collaboration, and the development of team-building skills for students, while popularizing the availability of the 2021 population and housing census data, which is essential for evidence-based planning in all aspects of our lives. In the 2021 census data present a critical reference to ensure equity in the distribution of the nation's wealth, essential social services, economic opportunities, and representation nationwide. This includes distributing and allocating government funds among various regions and districts for education and health services, delineating electoral districts, and measuring the impact of industrial development, to name but a few. Establishing a public census on priorities will be almost impossible to achieve without credible data. A wide range of other users, including the private sector, Academia, civil society organizations, individuals, among others, need recurring data, including the census data, to make informed decisions. And as you know, all this information and much more is available on Statsbank. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to note that the Statistical Service Act 2019 Act 1003 charges the GSS with the responsibility of collecting, compiling, analyzing, and disseminating official statistics in Ghana for general and administrative purposes, and further prescribes for GSS the role of coordination of all statistical data collection activities outside the GSS, and requires all officials and other government organizations to collaborate with the government statistician in ensuring uniformity in the statistics generated in the country. Now, as we look into the future, let us remember that the choices we make now, depending on the data we gather and carry out, will determine the course of our society and the development of our country, Ghana. By embracing the power of statistical data, research, and policy, we can create a more just, equitable, and prosperous world for all. So, Chairman, once again, it is my duty to remind all of us that we must be doing everything within our power to avoid a world without timely and equality statistical data derived from quality research. Should this will be tantamount to implementation nightmares, as I said, in the policy planning and development processes. I hereby congratulate all stakeholders involved in the success of the Statsbank Hackathon, and I especially congratulate and commend all the teams competing. On that note, Mr. Chairman, I wish all of us a fruitful and memorable celebration on this maiden National Statsbank Hackathon Awards. Thank you very much for your attention, and may God bless our homeland, Ghana.
Again for
No, the main one. The main one? Yes, yes.
for that very succinct presentation, and we need to move to our very next set of engagements on this one. We need to get highlights from the first round of competition, and I'm sure many of us are privy to the fact that this has happened over 2 good months, and there's been a lot of work. Very wonderful contestants from the various schools. The men and women you see here have gone through the mail, a lot of it, to be even finalists in the first place. So can we put our hands together once again for them? There are 2 members of parliament I can see here. One I would introduce later on. But the first one is connected to the words that have been used here consistently. The first one was showdown. I'm sure you all know the more recent usage of the word. The second one was revolution during the prayer session. There is a child of revolution in this particular end. And she's a member of parliament, make no mistake, and a very wonderful one at that, for the Clotte constituency. Can we put our hands together for Dr. Zaneto Rawlings? Stephen Echampon will be delivering a form of a highlight from the very first round of competition. Please put your hands together for Steve. But that will be done.
My name is Dr. My name is Dr. Francis Kweku Siripi, currently the hackathon coordinator. Thank God, Ghana Statistical Service have come out with a very important product, which is called the Statsbank. And this Statsbank seeks to meet the data needs of every Ghanaian in this country. This Statsbank contains the 2021 population and household census and other administrative data. Management of Ghana Statistical Service thought it wise to engage 5 traditional universities to test the knowledge of students to see how best they can really use our product within 36 hours. We started this journey from the University of Ghana, where we engaged students within 36 hours to come up with a policy decision document. And it was amazing what these students were able to do within that period. We then journeyed to University of Cape Coast, then to the Volta region, the Northern region, then our last stop was the Kwame Nkrumah University, where students came up with a very innovative product. I also like to thank the Hackathon team for their support, especially from the government statistician, the deputy government statistician, the board chair, the entire team for making this exercise a fruitful one. We are about to enter to the last schedule, which is the final, which I think is going to be something wonderful. We engage all the top 3s from the universities, where they will come on board to showcase what they have learned, how best they can use our product, that's the Statsbank, to come up with innovative products. We are expecting something powerful, something superb from this student, and I encourage all to participate in the hackathon. In your leisure time, you can just visit our website, Ghana Statistical Service website, and make good use of this data. Thank you very much.
Expectation is that Team Great Minds will win this contest. We are not seeing it as a competition though, but we are trying our best to win and then to get to the nationals.
And also, at the end of everything, or we are the winning team, we are going to take the 5K and go for national. Yes, thank you.
I know many of you would say, oh, it's the things we learn going through the processes that matter. There are also some of us that believe that the schools represented here matter because they are representing bragging rights. And more recently, some schools have found favor in the eyes of international organizations and rankings and have been very popular. So, yes. It's important that this is won by the right school. Let's put our hands together for the contestants. We'll be taking a statement from GTech, and Mrs. Hilda Asante is the Director for Corporate Affairs at the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission. Please put your hands together for her.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to stand on existing protocols which have already been well laid by previous speakers. I bring you warm greetings from the chairman and members of the board, Director General, management and staff of the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission on this memorable award ceremony for the National Statsbank Hackathon for university students. This important ceremony affords us an opportunity to celebrate the remarkable talents and creativity of our students, and also to consider the role of official statistics and data in teaching at the tertiary level in Ghana. Official statistics and data analysis are the foundation upon which informed decision-making and innovation rests. It helps our teachers at the tertiary level to identify areas for improvement. In that direction, it helps teachers identify where students are struggling and where improvements are needed. It also helps in evaluating the effectiveness of teaching methods and optimizing resource allocation. In the lecture halls, official statistics and data allows our teachers to understand student performance and to compare different teaching methods in order to make informed decisions for academic excellence and societal progress. It also empowers students and researchers with the tools they need to explore, analyze, and understand the world around them. In our data-driven era, these skills are not only relevant, but also essential for personal and professional growth. Official statistics and data analysis have always been the bedrock of policy formulation and the advancement of any nation. Our universities' curricula must evolve with the changing dynamics of our society and the global economy, and official statistics and data play a key role in this. For a regulatory body like GTech, official statistics and data are key in making informed decisions about curricular development, ensuring that tertiary education programs remain current, innovative, and aligned with real-world needs. GTech commends the Ghana Statistical Service for coming up with this initiative, which is being organized in collaboration with Statistics Denmark and 5 public universities, namely KNUST, UDS, University of Ghana, and the University of Health and Allied Sciences. GTech shares in your joy at this award ceremony for our students. We are happy to note that the initiative is expected to bring research closer to industry and practice in evidence-based decision-making. To the students or awardees, we would like to congratulate you on your achievements. We also challenge you to take on the task of helping build a better Ghana. Thank you.
We've reached a very seminal point in this engagement, and before we introduce to you, please continue with her. Before we introduce the finalists to you, before we actually give you who's yet to appreciate or understand if after all the presentations so far, you're unclear about what the hackathon is about, before you get that from somebody that I'll be telling you about soon, I need to recognize, of course, because the chairman is from NCA, I'm starting with NCA. The NCA staff here, we are very happy that you are around. Please show some love to the NCA staff here. Yes. Also, representatives from the Denmark Embassy, please. Let's acknowledge them. Our partners from the Office of National Statistical Office, the ONS, please let's put our hands together for them. Then the Harmonizing and Improving Statistics in West Africa Project Coordinator. Can we put our hands together for? There are also staff of the Ghana Statistical Service here. Of course, they have to. Please put our hands together for them. Then the wonderful ladies who have been sitting in that corner, please put our hands together for Bishop Girls. And these are junior high school students, right? Wonderful. So now we'll be proceeding with, and I tell you, we met recently. Mostly I have a question that she's still yet to answer, but I'm sure after presenting to you the real introduction on the hackathon and also let you in on the national finalists, please put your hands together for the Deputy Government Statistician. And please do it again because she'll be here with me for a longer time. Yes, that's the bribe we are paying her for her to stay for quite a while. Let's start with the introduction. Then we will do the finalists. Then we will do a very surprise engagement too before we move on to the other grouping. So, please. Now you are the only person who has a permanent access to this microphone.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, standing on existing protocols. Thank you, and I want to introduce to you the 15 finalists that have traveled thus far. And so, as I mentioned their school name or the team name, you stand and wave so that they'll know the hard work we've put into this project. And so from the determinants of inequalities across regional differences within the country. So, Team Basba, can you please be on your feet? Thank you. Analyze solid waste disposal and how to make money out of the products that you be able to separate your waste across them. And also from UDC, we have Team Bangi. In Ghana, focusing on causes and potential solutions in there to be able to reduce teenage pregnancy. And again, from University of Allied Health Sciences, from Volta Region, Team a policy paper on water and sanitation increase urbanization rates. Thank you. And also from UHAS, we have Team Infofusion artists, artificial intelligence, and on predictions by modeling fertility regions and age groups and overall poverty. And again, UHAS, we have and then target 3 to look at such differences in there. And from Kwame Nkrumah University of Science, data on infant mortality within the country. Again, from KNUST, we have Team Karina and Team Karina Intelligence to be able to discuss policymakers to flag population and pregnancies. Again, from KNUST, we have Team Lambda and Team Lambda Application Interface Programming, API, to be able to show how waste is managed and how waste can be collected or the products so that people can know when their bins are full so that they come and pick them up. Again, we move to the University of Thank you. And so University of Really, sorry. So I finished. I didn't know I finished. And so let's go to the other one. Okay.
We will be getting to the seminar point of our gathering in this building, but we do know that these various teams you've just acknowledged, and if applause could win you this competition, which really it doesn't, because this is not a popularity contest. I'm sure there's a school that would have won at the back there, I know for sure. But they were prepared by people, mentored by wonderful people. And we would want to take opportunity here to acknowledge and in a very distinguished way, recognize these people. That's why I'm keeping the government statistician here for this conversation. Let's start with the mentors. So please, we'll mention your name. We have some special recognition for you. Please come up here to be recognized very specially. We start with Simon Tichutab Onilima. Then there's Laurent Simol, and of course, I will blame the person who wrote it if I got it wrong anyway. Yes, there's also Josephine Bako and Ponsa. Let's please put our hands together for them as they come in. And Selassie Akaho Pasha. Dora Boadi also did wonderful work. Please come up, Dora. Dr. Joshua Sebu. Dr. Francis Ano, Dr. David Adedia, Mr. Stephen Senaya, Mr. Al-Hassan Mohammed, Mr. Andela Karim, Dr. DeGraft Johnson, Dr. Mrs. Aurelia Lindofori, and last but not the least, Dr. Emmanuel Awuni. So these wonderful mentors did a wonderful job. We put our hands together once again for them. So it's too late to influence the judges, right? Because we are done with that particular part. So we need to also acknowledge the wonderful judges that put together the score, so that if people are not happy with the judgment, they'll deal with them. Anyway, Engineer Godfrey Fifi Boadi, please. Mr. Curtis Vanderpoy. Mr. Eddie Nam Konu. Mrs. Jacqueline Enum. Mr. Isaac Guma. Mr. Jesse. Oh, okay. I mentioned that like a Nigerian name. Yes. Mrs. Julia Wendy Apia. Many thanks to you, distinguished judges and mentors, for your wonderful work. So, Doc, now you have a job to do. That's almost like what I'm supposed to be doing. Yes. Oh, so she says we are doing it together. So please, put your hands together for my co-MC. So the presenter is going to the second runner-up. So, Mrs. Julia, if you can join us up here. Can we put our hands together for her? Oh, Mrs. Hilda Asante, rather. They didn't add the school. I know the second round, but they didn't add the school, so I'm not sure. And so can we put our hands together as she announces the second runner-up?
And so for the second runner-up, for the 2023 Statsbank Hackathon competition results, Team Robust Research.
Can we still put our hands together for the first and hopefully the last UCC award for the day? Hopefully. Now, we're going to invite up here to present the award for the first runner-up, Mr. Storm Norin, the ambassador of Embassy of Denmark.
And for the first runner-up, Data Geniuses. You've
Please put your hands together once again for University of Ghana. I have the privilege of inviting, for most of my life, she was the government statistician. Dr. Grace Bediako, please come up.
So for the final.
The first one.
The first one.
Okay. That's the final one. We are still discussing the final one. Please, she's about to introduce the very first one, the one that won the day. And I'm sure if you look at me, you know who won. But I'm not going to say it. So please do.
Thank you. So can I have my 6 people with me?
There's a powerful 6 that's supposed to be up here. Let's put our hands together for them as they come up.
So Ghana Statistical Service, in collaboration with Statistics Denmark, today we crown 3 Statsbank Hackathon finalist award. This goes so for the 2023 Hackathon competition, the finalists, the winners are Team Bajemba from the
So we will give Team Bajemba. And please put your hands together for her.
Hi, Simon Onelumo is my name and I welcome you to Ghana Statistical Service. In order to ensure that users of statistical information do not struggle in getting statistical data, Ghana Statistical Service has developed 4 user-centric statistical products targeted at different users. The first digital product is the Statsbank. To access the Statsbank, you open your browser and type statsbank.startghana.gov.ga. This opens you to an interface where you have the opportunity to select the particular data you're interested in. That'd be the population and housing census data or some basic macroeconomic indicators. So to do so, I click on View More and it takes me to an interface where I select the particular indicator I'm interested in. So I select on literacy and education, and then I select literacy status of population 6 years and older. It brings me to this interface. So I select the two categories, that is not literate and literate. And then I click on the regional hierarchy, which opens me up to all the regions, and under each region are districts. So if I open Northeast region, then I select all the districts under the Northeast region. Then I'm interested in extracting the table disaggregated by sex, that is male, female, and also for persons 11 to 14 years. So once the selection is done, you click on Show Table. This presents the table in this format. There's a pivot manual key here which allows you to arrange the table in the order in which you want it to appear. So I click on literacy status and sex, I move it to columns, and then I complete. Once I complete, it rearranges the table for literate and non-literate population disaggregated by sex. If I'm interested in showing percentage alongside the absolute numbers, I click on edit and calculate, then I click on percent. So the percent, I'm doing the percentage by showing original data alongside the percentages. So if I say continue, I'm doing the computation of the percentages over literacy status, and once I complete, it presents the information in this particular format. In this example, we save the results as an Excel file, and once I click on save, it generates the table I am interested in. And once you open the table, you see the data presented in this format with some metadata explaining the age limits for which literacy is defined. The next statistical product is the Digital Census Atlas. This data portal presents already prepared indicators at a district level in a map. For this demonstration, I'll illustrate how to assess statistics for literate population across all districts in Ghana. The target of this data portal is for policymakers who are interested in already prepared statistics for planning purposes. So to access data, you open your browser and then you type phcgeospatialresult.netlify.app. So if I click on literacy rate, it opens up this interface, and this shows statistics for literacy rate for all regions in Ghana as you hover around the map. So you are able to know the literacy rate for each region. If I'm interested in disaggregations, I click on female, and then the population or the literacy rate changes. Now, if I'm interested in assessing statistics for this particular indicator at a district level, I zoom in, and as I zoom in, it changes to the district level. So if you hover around the map, you are able to assess literacy rate for each district, disaggregated for male and female. This digital product also allows you to link the indicator to a particular table in the Statsbank. To do so, you click on the link, literacy status of population, and this takes you to the Statsbank table that generates this particular indicator literacy rate. The next digital platform is the Ghana Graded Data. This platform allows you to assess statistics lower than the district level. To access this platform, you open your browser and you type geospatial.statghana.gov.gh. At the first glance, statistics on the indicators for the entire population is displayed. If you are interested in statistics at a lower level, you zoom in the map, and as you zoom in, the statistics on the indicators changes. If I'm interested in statistics at a lower level, I use the lasso key to do the selection of the area of interest. Once I select, it displays statistics on the indicators for the selected area. If I'm interested in statistics lower than the selected area, for example, the gridded cells, if I click on each of the cells, it displays statistics for each of the cells I've selected. If I'm interested in understanding how the platform works, I click on the key here, which displays information on how the platform was developed and how to navigate through the platform. The last product is the microdata website. To access the microdata website, you open your browser and you type microdata.startghana.gov.ga. This opens you up to a list of microdata sets hosted on this page. In this example, I'll be demonstrating how to access the microdata for the Population and Housing Census 2021. I click on the data set I'm interested in, then you go to Get Microdata. If you're a new user, you register with your credentials, but if you've registered before, you log in with your credentials. So I log in with my credentials, and that's my email address and the password. Then I click login. It takes me back to the list of the product. So my interest is to access microdata for Population and Housing Census. I click on it and it takes me to this interface. I click on Get Microdata and I have the opportunity to download the microdata set in any format. So once you click download, you are able to download the data. Thank you.
Can we put our hands together once again for that? And to all those who participated, and let's not get it wrong, these are champions from the various schools, without doubt. To all those who participated, we have special recognition for your participation. So you get to take something home anyway, which is regardless of what you did today. But what you cannot do is petition for any form of review. You are not Prempeh College. We'll be moving on. And very soon, I'm sure many of you are still yearning to hear what won Badrimba the Ultimate. We'll be hearing that pretty soon. You know, is it KNUST also? They have a tagline like Nyansapo was Sanim Badrimba. So, you know. But to some of us, and I'm looking straight in the face of Dr. Agridako when I'm saying this, to some of us, it sounds a bit problematic, but it entrenches the fact that the recent surveys and all the other people saying UCC is the best school in Ghana might be true after all. I said might be. Yes. So we'll be hearing that presentation in a matter of minutes from now. Now, the very next person is from the Upper East region of Ghana. And, of course, he is also a member of parliament representing the Talensi constituency in the People's Republic of Ghana. His full name is Benson Babatongo. But for those of us who understand and know him truly well, we call him BT Baba. The Honorable BT Baba, you're welcome. Please come up.
Thank you very much, Raymond. The name is Benson Tongo Baba. That is why it is BT Baba. Honorable Chairperson, I also want to stand on the existing protocol, like my predecessors, to make this short presentation. Indeed, we of the Poverty Reduction Strategy Committee of Parliament have been collaborating with the Statistical Service of Ghana and the National Development Planning Commission. So a short while ago, we were privileged to be introduced to this innovation by the Statistical Service of Ghana. The whole program was under the auspices of the African Center for Parliamentary Affairs. It is a simple, well thought of innovation. Parliament is a house of records, and every presentation, whether by a committee or individual members of Parliament, you must back your presentation with evidence, and that is data. So when we were introduced to it, the first instance, we went to the Upper East region with a team, and we realized that the MMDAs in the region had no statistical service personnel. So whatever that they were sending, transmitting to headquarters was not based on evidence. And we drew the attention of the Statistical Service that something needs to be done to engage personnel to these deprived MMDAs. Happily, they had very limited quota for employment. I am happy that the acting head of civil service is here. He also worked with us in Parliament, and therefore I'm making a direct appeal to him that he should consider the Statistical Service as an important avenue for national development. Without statistics, we are lost. Our socio-economic efforts will achieve nothing. If you ask those before us, they will tell you that we are past stages of development. We've had a development plan of the First Republic. We are currently on the United Sustainable Goals, which ends in about 6 years' time. Definitely, we must do some analysis to find out where we are based on the SDGs. So when we went to the Upper East, we put ourselves in 3 teams. Team A went to Bulsa North and Bulsa South. Team B, Talisi and Nabdan. And Team C went to Garu, Timpani. We structured it in a way that we wanted to learn from each district, so that it is not that we went to a particular district and returned to Accra. So in effect, we had a fair of what is going on across the country. Our recent meeting at Alisa Hotel, K2 South was one of the areas that we looked at. And then we looked at these regions, the districts, based on the district league table. The district league table will give you clearly what is happening in the various sectors, in education, in health, in infrastructure development, and in the socio-economic sector of our economy. We realized that without doubt, the click of the button will give you the entire profile of each district. exactly what was shown to us a short while ago. Parliament, as it is, has so many committees. And I'm happy the Danish ambassador mentioned that it should not be only one committee, but all the committees of Parliament. Because all the committees of Parliament have various roles to play. We have the Education Committee, we have the Health Committee, we have the Roads Committee, and so on and so forth. So that in our oversight, going on monitoring, we should be able to have the specific data to be able to interrogate those agencies responsible for the various sectors. I believe that if that is done, we will be having a parliament that is well-resourced with the relevant information that will help us in our policies, in our debates, and in the formulation of laws for the country. I want to end here by thanking the Danish Statistical Service for this collaboration with the Ghana Statistical Service, and to state further that they should partner Parliament as well, since we do most of the oversight. I thank you very much for your attention, and may God bless our country, Ghana.
Can we do once more for Honorable BT Baba? It's too late for them to drag me to a privileges committee. There was a time that Joy News, we did a fact check of an MP. He was very furious, and the data we got were from the Statistical Service website. And I said, no, he doesn't check those things. And that is something that he's been dealing with for a very long time. He has the document, he will present the document. I mean, this is like 4 years ago. The document hasn't still come anywhere. So to avoid some of these situations, you know where to go, I'm sure. Let's put our hands together for the Statistical Service. Can we also put our hands together for the 12 HISWAP coordinators from that 12 ministries here? So every single coordinator of HISWAP. And they are directors of the Ghana Statistical Service also here. Please put your hands together for them. I'm sure that question is still on your mind. What made the three outstanding teams win what they did? So we will see their pitch. We would invite them here to come and actually deliver these pitches to us. We will start from the second runner-up. So the very wonderful second runner-up team, please come up. Can we put our hands together for them?
Thank you very much. Honorable Chair, please permit me to stand on existing protocols. I'm Alex, and I have here Eric, and I have another colleague up there who is controlling the things for us. We make up Team Robust. But before I start, I want to take opportunity to really commend the other colleagues who didn't win any award. It is not by chance. It is not by chance. It is not by chance that they didn't win any award. They really did well. I've been with them for this number of days, and I really appreciate their hard work, and I've learned a lot from them. Please, let's give it up to them. But we are here because of an important issue, and that is what we are here to present. Our topic talks about designing for all, inclusive solution for information accessibility. We are here to see the products that other representatives are going to present, and also see the winner and also the final congregation of the Statsbank. But there is one thing that I want us to pause and think about. Imagine a world where everybody has access to information, irrespective of your ability or your disability. I hope it will be great, right? But it's never so in reality. It is never. In Ghana, over 2 million have some form of disability, of which 2/3 of them has disability of seeing and hearing. And this is something that I think we should all be concerned about. Imagine talking about all these beautiful things, but we are kicking almost 2 million people out of this information. And it worries my heart so much. And to solution to this, that is why me and my colleagues, we are presenting a solution that will make this product that we are presenting user-friendly. And to do, we build on our university project, school enrollment issues, and essential services. So we are trying to depict the product that we made at the university level is accessible to everybody, irrespective of your disability or ability. And to continue with this, I'll invite my colleague Eric to take it from there. Thank you.
Thank you. So with this, what we basically do is to build out on what we have done at the university level. So we want to just communicate that to you by using that as a case to demonstrate this new product that we have produced for you. So what we do, we realize that access to information is very key because you and I are privileged to have all our sight and our hearing correct. That is why we are here. What about our friends who cannot listen to this information, who cannot contain or who cannot make use of this information that we are giving to you? It is in this bit that we try to share this same information with the public. So develop an interface, a web app, which hosts all this information, which is user-friendly and people facing difficulties with sight and with hearing friendly. So as my friend is demonstrating, if you see the top right corner of this particular web app, you can see disability friendly. Once you click on this particular website, it takes you to a different interface, which then translates all the information on the main site through a sign language translation with the help of artificial intelligence. And again, if you have issues with hearing, if you have issues with sight, we also make that option available for you to also connect your device to it and listen to the audio of this same information on the site if you are having hearing problem. That is not all. If you want to type and make a quick scan of information on this particular platform, we are making the chatbot, which is at the top left, the bottom right corner over here available for you, so that you can chat this same information on this same platform. Someone will be wondering, what kind of data have you leveraged on to be able to do this? We have used the Statsbank data, connected it to WDI, World Development Indicator data, and then some other administrative data. Example is the proximity data set that we got from the Ghana Statistical Service, and then other data sets combined, and we are able to produce this product for you. One must say, what is the policy implication for all these things that we are able to build? First, we are saying that for web developers or organizations that have web app or websites, just have this at the back of your mind that you are losing a chunk number of people your information dissemination. Remember, my friend says that about 1.5 million people have issue with sight and hearing. So if this number is to form part of your customer base as an entrepreneur, don't you think that revenue will increase one day? So this is why we are saying that information dissemination and the inclusivity in accessing information is very key. And secondly, we are saying that we are advocating through the ministries and then regulators that they should make this a requirement for policies to be enacted such that web applications.
Plate. This one shows you the number of people who do not own laptops across the various districts in Ghana. But then, as you can see, I think the regions in the Greater Accra have a deeper shade of blue. Now, this is not because this is so because the population in Accra is very high. So obviously, the number of people who do not own laptops in Accra will be very high. So now, below that, we provided you with an adjusted plot. So what adjusted plot does is every variable that you select, it scales with the population in that particular district or region. So as you can see, it now clearly shows that the number of people who do not own laptops is evenly distributed. Like, though there are deeper shades of blue across other some districts, the shade of blue is like spread evenly. So you can see that it's not just a problem in some parts of the region, it's a problem everywhere. Thank you very much. Yeah, we also we also introduced a chatbot we call Nyansapo. So Nyansapo is currently powered by OpenAI. So what Nyansapo does is, when you select a particular data set, Nyansapo wraps around it. So users without any programming background are able to interact with that data set. So you want to find out the district with the highest level of people outside the labor force. You type that in, and it returns to you the Kumasi Metropolitan area. You want to find out how many people in Greater Accra, how many males are employed how many more males are employed in the Greater Accra. You type that, and then it returns the result of that query. Anything you want, you just type in and it returns to you. Now, third functionality is a functionality that enables you to merge data across multiple platforms, across multiple categories. Now, we notice categories on the Statsbank are divided into data from individuals and data from households. So you select which data source you want. Then you select data you can merge, the category of data that you want to merge. Select the data sets you want, and then you merge them. So as you see, the result, that's the result of the merged data. Now, you can also download this merged data. We also provide the option where users that are not satisfied with the data on the Statsbank can also upload their data and then merge it to what is already on the Statsbank. Then we provide a profiling feature. What the profiling does is, after you merge the data set, it takes every single variable in the data set and then compares them. So that way we're able to notice relationships and pattern in the data. We're also able to quantify those relationships and pattern using a heat map or a correlation table. So if you don't really understand the correlation table, the heat map, you can click on table, and then it shows you the actual figures. How well those who have not used internet on their phones are really, the correlation between those who have not used internet on their phones and then disability. Then we also provide a clustering analysis. What a clustering analysis does is, from your data set that you've extracted, that you've merged, you're able to select variables that you want to cluster. What a cluster does is, I look at all these variables, and then I look at all these variables, then look at every single district, and then try and then group districts that have similarities between these variables. So as you can see, the deeper shade of blue are districts that have the same similarities given the selected categories, and then the lighter shade of blue are districts that also have similar categories. Thank you very much.
And for those of you who are watching us on the Stats Live and the Statistical Services Facebook Live, I see comments of some of you talking about how wonderful some of these things will help you in doing your work. I'm sure it's not only statistics people that are gathered in this building. So I'm happy that people outside this building equally appreciate what we are doing here today. Is the final, perhaps most important reason why they are the best, and reason why they were selected as the best today. Can we put our hands together for the final presentation by Badwimba?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Aaron John Teten. Here I have with me Andrews and Kumahini. And we have Team Badwimba from the University of Competitive Choice. And we are proud winners of this first edition of Thank you very much. And I want to congratulate our colleagues too. We are all winners here. We'll share the money later. All right, so I'm sure we are all wondering the idea that won. What idea won? Well, when we first got access to the Statsbank, when we had access to the Statsbank, and we thought for a long time what we should do. And then one thing that our decision-making process was, how do our leaders actually come to the conclusion that I'm the MP or I'm the leader in my society, so I should build this school for my town, I should build this hospital for my town. We always we wondered why or how they came about those kind of decisions. So we thought that we would come up with a powerful web application that would help them make these decisions based on stats we found from the Statsbank and other external sources, but mostly from the Statsbank. Now, so we named our project the Towncraft project, or just what? Towncraft, which is a powerful web application that is here to help you make accurate decisions and help you prioritize certain decisions you make in the community. Now, Towncraft has certain features for now as its very first version. For the features for Towncraft now, we have analytics. Now, we take this data, unprocessed data, we process it through Towncraft, and then we analyze them for you. You don't have to go through that process. We help in making this analysis for you so that you can be able to make a decision on what kind of infrastructure in my community I should first prioritize. Okay. Now, we create policies for you. You've come up with the decision that, or at the end of the day, you came up with the decision that I want to build a hospital. Now, sometimes you need a policy to present to higher stakeholders for them to what? Sponsor you. So you to what? Craft a policy paper to make your. Now, some benefits of Towncraft: it helps to save costs. Okay, it helps to save costs. It also helps you to make the smart decision. Obviously, it also helps to what? Ease the process of planning for you. And the most important thing, it helps you to what? Prioritize the kind of infrastructure to first build in your community. It also makes resource efficiency is also one of its benefits. Now, we built this from various data sources, okay? Some of the sources mainly from the Ghana Statistical Services, Statsbank. And then we got data from various sources like the Ghana Open Data Portal and then the Ghana Education Service, because we mostly focused on the health and education for the very first version of Towncraft. Thank you very much. My colleague will take over from here.
All right, thank you. So, from all that we've heard, if you want to use Towncraft, you click on the planner. Once you click on the planner, you are given all the regions in the country. We currently have about 16 of them. So then you select the region of your choice. So let's say we go to Greater Accra. So once we go to Greater Accra, you are also presented with all the districts within that particular region. So let's say you select Gas South. Once you select Gas South, currently Towncraft is limited to healthcare and education. So you get a choice to choose which of the two, let me say, sectors you are willing to plan on. So then let's say if you click on health, once you click on health, you are presented with some analytics of that particular district. So for instance, you can see that currently, now this data is from the Ghana Data in the Open Data Initiative. We can see that in Gas South, as at the time of this data, which is up to 2018, Gas South had 18 health facilities. Now, health facility includes hospitals, CHIP compounds, polyclinics, any health facility at all. They are all taken into account. And then we also see that the distance from wherever you are within the district, the proximity distance to a health facility is about 1.48 kilometers. And then if for maternity homes, it's about 3.72. And for traditional or herbal centers where you can go for herbal medicine, it's about 2.26 kilometers. Now, if, let's say we go back, we choose a different region. Let's say we go to OT region, for instance. So once we choose OT region, so that's for health. Let's go to Biakuye. And this time around, we'll go to education, since we've experienced health from a different aspect of the country. So once you click on education, you can see that in Biakuye, as at 2020, this data is from the GES annual report, 2019-2020 academic year. So you can see that as at 2020, there were 5 SHSs in Biakuye district. And then for pre-primary schools, the distance from anywhere within the region to a pre-primary school is about 1.69 kilometers, while the distance to a JHS is about 2.17, and that of primary schools is about 0.84. So these are the analytics that we are currently delivering through the Towncraft platform. Now, let's say if you are a DCE or you are a member of the district, you've seen the profile of your district based on the data that is available, the GSS Statsbank, the Open Data Initiative, and you want to, let's say you are going for a town hall meeting, and you want to give a suggestion that is data informed, you just click on Generate Policy Paper. We have the Towncraft AI, and immediately the Towncraft AI generates a policy paper for you that when you go, you can use this policy paper to, enforce your decision. So, yeah, so we have all of this. And then it gives a conclusion of what you'd want to do. So, obviously, will be to download the policy data so that you can share it with people. You just go to save, and you're able to save. So, just as my colleague said, this is what Towncraft is all about. Our goal, our vision is to assist people, not just people in power, but just about anyone to know what is really required in a district or what will help a particular district improve. Thank you so much.
Now to the doubting Thomases, you are convinced, right? At least your members of parliament will not be telling you they woke up one morning and God spoke to them, and so they have to do something for you and all of the other things connected to that. Yes. It will be backed by proper data they can source that can be independently verified, and actually we can move it along the line. Can we put our hands together for everybody? I mean, I was thinking and asking myself whether I could do this when I was in the university, and the answer, if I'm being honest, is a big no. So, so it's wonderful to know that there's very wonderful future. What I have seen happen here is a shocking, exciting conversation on data and statistics that bore 80% of us. But here, it sounds very exciting. And that's the future that I hope you are all aiming for anyway. Let's put our hands together for ourselves too. Before we roll the credits and tie the nice ribbons on today's event, the man who gave me mandate to operate would have to close it off. Please, can we put our hands together for Mr. Joe Anochi once again? Yeah, please continue with the... I have a question for him, and maybe after his presentation, So please, very concluding words.
Thank you. Many years ago, this will be late 90s, God bless me, and I found myself working at NASA Goddard Space Flight Center. And I was amazed with the intellect of the people, young men and women who love their country. And you can cough and they can write a script. You can do anything, they can write a script. And it's amazing what I've witnessed here today. These young men and women. You are truly the future of this country. And I'm exceedingly proud of the work that every one of you, all 18 of you, to make time to think and come up with these deliveries that actually are very impactful. I mean, the very last one, it's amazing. I know parliamentarians are here. It's not only them, but decision makers are here. Decision has to be data-driven. Decision has to be data-driven, not emotions. And oftentimes we make decisions based on emotions. But what you've done here, every one of you, you should go back at the fact that you made this trip and be very proud that the future is very, very, very bright. Prof, I want to thank you for inviting me. I know when you called, actually you sent me a message. I think it took only about two because I thought it was a laudable idea. I didn't actually have no idea that this is what you and your team are doing. So on behalf of, I could say the whole Ghanaians, we are very proud of the work that Ghana Statistical Service is doing. And so one of the first things I did was when I went back to work, I asked my team that I need to come with you because it seemed like I went to the Statsbank and I saw all the APIs that they had built that actually if you make time, there's so much that you can do because every one of the processes you have, they have APIs tied into it. So I asked the team to join. And I'm praying that not only Ghana Statistical Service, but government agencies and institutions can emulate this work that you were doing. We can organize these programs and engage our young men and women because there's so much that they have to offer. And I pledge that we will be there to support you. I want to also thank our parliamentarian for making time to support. Honestly, it's amazing for you making time to come and sit here for 2 hours. We all appreciate the work that you've done. We appreciate Denmark, His Excellency, for making time coming in and the collaboration that you and your country helping us Ghanaians. So lastly, I want to thank you all. I think this is amazing. As a Ghanaian, I'm very proud of what I'm seeing, and the future is very bright. Thank you.
Thank you. I've been advised to ask my question in private, but since it's all about data that's in public, I wanted to know whether there is data on who wins next year's elections. Oh, Mr. Anochi is saying that we should refer to the political scientists. I mean, well, all too soon. We start with prayer. So we need a data prayer to end the day. Can we put our hands together for Mr. Mohammed Abdullahi as he delivers our very final prayer for us?
Heavenly Father, we thank you for all the favors and mercy that you delivered us. When we are about to start the program, we committed ourselves to you and thank God that you've led us to have a successful program. We pray that you should strengthen the government statistician and all his teams to bring us more wonderful things that will help Mother Ghana. And we also pray that all policy makers should also go back to our Statsbank and also use those data to help Mother Ghana. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يعود حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين.
Can we put a very, very powerful prayer? Exceedingly powerful prayer. And you've been wonderful people too. I mean, mostly you would have been a bit tired and be complaining, but I'm excited. By the smiles on your face, we can be guaranteed you'll be here next year too. So can we put our hands together for ourselves? What is clear is that the Statsbank Hackathon, which goes with the hashtag since, it's more the modern thing, Statsbank Hackathon 2023 has come to stay. And will continue to grow and achieve the aim it's supposed to achieve. And next year, hopefully, University of Ghana will win. Oh, I didn't hear the applause for it. Please, can we put our hands together? But I'll be reminded I'm from Mankesim, so regardless of what happens, I'm still attached to the University of Cape Coast. So congratulations once again. Oh, Prof is not happy with that, but There are very wonderful people who also made this possible. They stayed in my ear throughout. Can we put our hands together for Victor, Steve, and Elizabeth? There's a special photography session outside. Don't be in a hurry to leave so you can network with other people. And I would definitely want to know more about what some of the other projects are supposed to be about. So we can talk about that. You can engage more, especially the members of parliament. This is almost like free, something that you needed to recruit an entire team to work for you on that. And people have been recruiting people to work on some of these things, know how it costs to put them together. So networking, refreshment, and I have a very important notice for all of you who work with the Statistical service. You need to stay behind after we end the day. So I don't know the procession mostly we use in ending the day and how the chairman would allow that to happen. But maybe say very nice words to the winners or anybody who participated before you. But for now, until next year, many thanks to all of you for making this possible. We need to put our hands together big time for ourselves. Maybe if they bring back the song that started the day, the very wonderful melodies that started, we would have enjoyed that. But again, we could also watch, those of us who want to watch, another presentation of the winners again on our own time. So thank you so much once again for coming. And thank you to the young ladies who stayed through it all. In the future, we are guaranteed that you are going to be the one doing the presentations. And you win. Okay, thank you once again. Thank you so much. Yes, and please head this way, especially those who are in the frontage, please head this way for the pictures first, just outside here. And all of you should wait your turn to take the pictures nicely. So please head this way, and that delegation will be led by Professor Nim. Yes, yes. He's taking his delegates out there for the pictures, yes.